Wait. Mic's off. Oh, my mic is on. Anyways.
Your team
Welcome
is
to
banned.
tonight's
3,000
matches. Today's the very
worlds
first game of
and not a
the
single
evening.
worthy foe.
We'll be having some action-packed games tonight. The very first game, we're kicking off with FBI versus Equilibrium. They both won their game in the lower bracket.
When the body suffers,
Your
Equilibrium won
team is
the
against
banning.
spirit blooms.
won against Payment Sign. We have FBI who won their game 2-0
Horology is
versus
my craft.
Your
Diggy is
team
my
is
name.
picking.
Draconim Esports. So it should be a best of three to determine who'll be facing wasted potentials down the line tonight. So, anyways, just see, yeah, we're gonna start off with Equilibrium with their very first pick. Usually we see that Mobile Juju is circling down here. Usually they like to go a Farmers, but it does leave open a Valentina on the side of FBI. And so we'll have to see what sort of draft they picked. And yesterday we got to see that FBI does have the ability to play heroes like Farmers and Valentina of the Fanny. So heroes that are open right now is Carry, of course, to counter the Barats. You also have Lunox. You have several heroes that can target sort of the Barats, especially since it's an early pick. Another hero you can also pick up in the mid lane would be a Valir or I mean Lilia is banned, yeah, I can see why it was banned. But I'm not so sure about the Kha'Zix here. It could work, but I think some hero that can constantly stop Barats sort of skill. But I mean Kha'Zix works in terms of just countering, Barats when he outs and then she outs and then she gets out of it. But I would have liked to see a hero that's centered more towards countering that very, very early Barats pick. But
I think that I like the Arlot and Khadija picks. So
you like it over
yeah.
Valir?
So there is something called reflex pick, right? So what a flex pick is something you pick early that the enemy don't know what you're gonna use it in. So the
Aha.
Arlot, you don't know if it's going Roam or it's going EXP. The Kadita, you don't know if it's going Major or Roam. So
Yeah, but yeah.
yeah, so I mean, other than like a Minotaur, which is going Roam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like those ones, you have to kind of think of multiple scenarios to kind of plan a draft to counter it.
So what do you think of the Mincy versus the Minnow? I mean, it looks like it might be a Mincy Rome or an Aladrome here. So yeah, it does allow flicks. What do you think of the pick so far?
I don't like the Mincitar, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looked like they were circling Halos at some point. I mean, they could still go on all roles. What they still do have left though is the jungle row. Swagger hasn't locked anything, neither has Prince. But I mean, they still have ability to do something with their draft here. Next up, I see J-Trix is on. Oh, Al the one is gonna be is Empire. That's what it should be called. And I mean, both teams have so far good drafts. I do like the Minnow on the side of Equilibrium purely on the basis that that's one of their comfort heroes. So having that hero allows them to have a bit more awareness in terms of how they rotate. So I think that's good for them. Usually, Robin the One goes either Tigro or Minnow in these tournaments after banning the Diggy. So yeah, both teams are good. I mean, yeah, Hanabi is a good response to that because she does have that anti-CC skill. Melissa would also been good here, but Hanabi is going to be wow. I hope they pair it up with something a bit more beefy in the jungle row, but that's up to them how they do. But then they counter that with the Dira, so that sort of prevents sort of any Dira jungle that they could have gone on the side of Equilibrium here. So both teams with a good draft. What do you think so far? I mean, it looks like they're locking up the Dira XP
It's the
lane.
proof that I'm still alive.
Yeah, I think that they should. I hope they're not taking Arlot in the EXP because I do think that he loses to Dairoth, so he should actually move to Rome and Mincetar. I mean, they both have a trouble in EXP. It's at least um, Arlot will have better uses in Rome rather than Mincetar because look, none of the heroes have much dashing. I think that Bharat can't use his ult in Mincetar's ult. What do you think? Has that happened to you?
I mean, yeah, you can't really do a lot of things because he needs to dash to do that. But picking the Balmond into a Gerard comp and Valier comp is sort of a difficult position, but they could make it work.
I mean, you put down the Minotaur ult, and then your team collapses onto the enemy team, but then the Mino can just ult, use the Minoan Fury. So I think Minotaur was probably the worst pick in that team comp. So I'm siding with Equilibrium for today, for this match.
Definitely. I mean, it also depends on how they use the heroes, but so far it looks like Equilibrium has a much better draft. But again, it's all about execution. We'll have to see what FBI has in mind right now. Yeah, and we yet to see which role. It seems that it's gonna be an Arlet role. Yesterday we saw 3 Arlet games, or 3 players play Arlet, and they all got bronze. So we have to see if this is gonna be a different kind of Arlet game. What obviously that was with a different team. So maybe they saw something with the Arlet. They FBI yesterday faced 3 Arlet, so maybe they have something planned, or they saw how useful the hero could be. But anyways, let's get straight into the game. We will be joined by Ira later down the line. But so far, we're going to be seeing a Barrage versus Balmond matchup in the jungle. I think both of them have season answers, so it's going to be a very interesting game to see who wins that retribution battle. Yeah. Dupe, are you going to be staying in the game, or are you just going to be giving input in the panelist section of the game?
I can do an analysis.
All right. Yeah. So, anyways, we see 3 members here of FBI. I think that Field rather, Arlet opted to go help out his team, but he lost quite a bit of farm there. I'm trying to go. I think they want to try an early game gank, but it didn't work out. And Arlet is still level 1 here, but he might be able to get the farm. There we go. Barak in a terrible position here, going to go down the first, but very, very first kill. Within the less than a minute, they already have the kill on a very crucial member of FBI's team, which is the Balmond here. So, and the kill went to the Valier, which is also pretty good here to have a bit of farm. I prefer if you went to the jungle, but Valier having farmed is a pretty good position for Equilibrium to be in here. Especially since, you know, right now it seems that the Valier is interested in invading. I mean, the three of the Khajiit there, it's got quite a bit of his farm, but it's going to try to help out his farmers to make sure that it's not very farm. But it looks like, yeah, Equilibrium is straight into the jungle, very early out on the Balmond here. And Balmond is in a tough position. He's very, very under farm. Minotaur gets the very first kill of the game. Khajiit is trying the rough ways here, but it's not really working. He dies. Valier with the second kill of the game. There's so much things happening right now, but those very first early game kills going on the side of Equilibrium with now a 1,600 gold lead. What do you think so far with the turtle coming up?
I think they should give up the turtle. That's what I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a tough position to be in is on the side of FBI here. They don't really have any kills. Their jungle is still level 3, so I think they're in a tough position. You can see here, Minotaur is in a position where you can just sit around in the jungle in the jungle camp of the island. There's not much they can do here because he does already have his ult. Valier is there, but all he can do is basically CC them. Especially the backline, Khajiit is very low. Papo is trying his best with his Minty, but unfortunately doesn't have enough damage. Barats is in a tough position here. Would he die? Actually managed to escape yet. They're going to go after the Balmond, fight in gold lane here. Balmond's not even level 4 yet. It's a tough position to be in. And Balmond, unfortunately, he falls with the 3rd death of the game. I think Balmond was a good pick here, especially seeing what sort of results to have here. The after Arlet is going to try to dash here. Unfortunately, he isn't able to land anyone with his final flash. So right now, he's wasting quite a bit of his skills. I think the problem here for them is going to be that Valier. He doesn't really dash, doesn't really do much, so he's just constantly burning you, and he's forced to go back to the base. And Gerard will be able to push with his team to get that very first tire of the game. There's a gank in top lane here. We see that they're trying to go after the Brody. Out coming in from the Barati misses. They're going to try to kill him here. There's so much damage coming from him. I think he's going to lock in his... No, he's not going for the Warlock, so he looks like to be going for something else, but very good early game coming in. Khajiit just straight to the back line. You might be able to kill out Al the One. Al the One is dead. Rats are very low here. Very good ult coming in from FBI, responding with a very own gank here. But it seems that Equilibrium has opted to push down the mid lane turret. Looks to be a trade of mid lane turret. No, actually, there's so much gold coming in from the side of Equilibrium side. It hasn't reached tap yet, so they still have enough opportunity to come and defend that lane here. We've seen 4 members of Equilibrium down in bot lane. Oh, we have seen that Minnow has been put into the target. Darth is trying something here with his team. They're gonna look like he's looking for a siege in the bot lane, top lane turret here. Brody's dealing insane amount of damage. They're forced to recall here, but they have no place to recall. They're going into the straight to the backline. Khadija using his ult. Unfortunately, he isn't going to be able to get out. And he looks like he should be able to get out there. You know, might have overextended. I mean, in the bottom lane, we're seeing an Olive versus Bharat matchup, but you know how that's going to go. Bharat has one that is going to go straight to the next turtle. Yeah, what do you think Minnow's team needs to, not Minnow's team, rather, Mince's team needs to do to win the game? So far, it doesn't look to be going good for them, especially with the Hanabi versus Brody early game.
Their saving grace was actually the Hanabi versus Brody because the jungle was losing, EXP was losing the lane. The only person who was having a decent time was the Hanabi. So right now what they need to do is slow down their game and find trades for all the things that's happening. So they're taking turtle. They should actually be able to push down bottom lane turret, but they can't because Dairot already cleared the lane with his ultimate, right? So instead, what's gonna happen is Equilibrium guts the turtle and gets top lane turret. They're probably gonna pick up a kill or two here if they can.
Definitely. It looks like Bauman's gonna try to go in here, but unfortunately he's gonna get picked up here because he is still very he's still very, very low, and doesn't have some of his core items yet. Doesn't even have Warrack. He doesn't have a proper item yet. So it's a very tough position, especially since his team is nearly 5,000 gold behind, nearly 6,000 actually. So it's very difficult for him to make those engagements without his team. Kadika doesn't really have the burst yet to kill anyone. And he's just getting pulled off all dead on the map. So many people just dying on the map here. I feel like they need to slow the game down and least try to do, as you said, get those counter objectives in the other lanes. I don't think they can try to get any teams like that. They don't have enough gold to do sort of those contesting. They don't really have time right now. They can't hold here yet. So it's very difficult for them to be facing this. Bauman just going in without his team. It's a tough position, and he actually ends up falling because of that. So right now, it might be that the saving grace will be the Hanabi, but he needs to get a bit more items. He needs the Demon Hunter Sword. He needs more items on him, or rather, to be doing something. Especially, I mean, he's not really feeding, so Hanabi is in a decent position to do something in the late game. I mean, as some of Bharat's damage started, I mean, still going to deal insane amount of damage, but might be a bit slow in the late game, and Hanabi has that attack speed, so maybe they can do that. But unfortunately, none of the lanes are being won right now. As we can see, that Dios is really pushing here. I wouldn't suggest that the Bauman goes in for this because he doesn't have enough farm. I mean, Dios is known to be mouth tanks here. He's forced to use his retribution, which means that unfortunately they won't be able to bench this for the last Lord turtle. I wonder if it looks like Equilibrium would leave this for the next Lord. Yeah, I think that they're gonna wait for the 8-minute Lord and just leave the last turtle of the game. And in the meantime, Ethnologia, along with the rest of his teammates, are gonna try to put a bit more pressure on the map. So far, so good. All the side of Equilibrium here, the very first game. And right now, we are waiting for Bharat to get. I mean, he is gone for good. His very first item. I mean, this get fast is not a terrible item. Just that Mincy right now doesn't have. You can't really see him making any proper saves. Bauman is getting caught out of position a lot here. Right now, he's being chased around the map by 4 members of Equilibrium. This is spinning away. I'm not so sure where he's planning on going. He's gonna end up dying anyways. Where is he going? I mean, he can now. He isn't gonna make it. Unfortunately, he's gonna end up dying again. So he's getting caught up in terrible positions without his teammates, without his Roma, without his mates. So far, it looks like Equilibrium is gonna be able to put down the Lord and actually in the game. So right now, not going good for us, yeah. Maybe this game they'll be able to make a different sort of draft, but in terms of drafting, I don't think the drafting was the best in this game. But I wouldn't help them out. I mean, they did see that they have a vast hero pool in the last game against the Rakuten Esports. Maybe they can pull out something here. So let's just see what they do in this game here. But there's so much potential for them to do something up in this game. Right now, it doesn't look good. Nearly a 10, no, it's 11,000 gold lead on the side of Equilibrium. It's a very tough position for FBI to be in. It's just that, yeah, they looked so great yesterday. So we'll have to see what's going on right now. Nice little recall action coming from Prince. Yeah, so let's just see. I mean, he's picked up the demon hat for Minato straight to the back there, but it might be a bit too early because he is getting picked off. He ends up dying to the side of Minty here. Minty gets his very first kill of the game. Kadita goes in. Kadita has enough damage, but Brody has gotten enough stacks to pick out a few members off FBI. Double kill coming in from Valir. Zero's locked straight into the base, and looks like GG well played on the side of Equilibrium. Very, 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 very quick game. Getting that game ended within 8 minutes. I think that is the earliest, the quickest game of the tournament. No. Second quickest game. But the first quickest game also goes to Equilibrium because Pain Messiah also surrendered. So that game was pretty quick. So we'd have to go to game 2. It's a best of 3. Let's see what FBI has cooking for us. We were scheduled to end pretty late. So we'd have to see, we'd have to see how Equilibrium responds. But right after this, we're going to have Aqua Diaz versus Enigma. Hopefully the teams are seeing that the games are going pretty quick here. But also we were behind schedule, so like I think this works out great for us here because we get to keep our time here. So yeah, on to the next game. This time around, FBI will have the very first pick of the game. Maybe they can cook up something there and try to leave a few heroes open for themselves. But I wouldn't suggest picking heroes that review your draft pretty early. They're gonna have to swap here. I'm just wait for the people to come. But so far, what do you think of that game, Doof? What do you think FBI needs to win to turn that around? Huh? No worries.
So basically what they need to do is see how aggressive that Equilibrium was being in that game and make a plan for it. So they know that they are allowed to pick. Well, you know what? I don't think it's knowledge that they do know. They'll just have to play the same game that they have been doing. Maybe pick up the Benedetta because they don't know what to do with the Arlot. Like maybe their micro skill is there, but they don't know how to actually play it in a 5-man type of scenario. But yeah, other than that, maybe just slow it down, pick a balance of late game and early game heroes, so there is some sort of insurance if everything goes bad. I mean, the Hanabi was good, the Kadita was good. I think if they only had a few more items, they could have successfully defended that Lord, because you saw how it was going. I think it was just a matter of goal difference that cost them the game.
Definitely. Looked like they were going to do something in the late game, but unfortunately, I think Equilibrium was interested in ending the game pretty early there. So, very good rotation coming from them. They made sure that they ended the game with the 8-minute Lord, which you hardly get to see around in the tournaments at all. So, I mean, yeah, Equilibrium have a chance to end the game very quick here to allow the next team to come in along, or FBI can respond with a game of their own. This stuff's I gotta press ready. So in the comments so far, can you guys just let me know? I'm also waiting for the teams to press ready. Let me know who you think is gonna be winning this game here. Will it be Equilibrium or will it be FBI? Yeah, let me know what you guys think so far. I'm seeing someone saying Equilibrium. I am seeing someone saying FBI by a reverse sweep. So yeah, it'll be very exciting to see how both these teams say, how both these teams structure these upcoming games. Let me just ask if Juju's ready. All right, there we go. We're gonna start the next game here. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. So right now, FBI has the very first pick of the game. They did lose. Neither team is opting for a change in team and on roster. They had the option to do that, but neither of them took that option. So right now, we have the first pick coming in the side of FBI. They also have the first bat. Let's see what sort of Yeah, they're not gonna. I mean, they're responding with the target ban purely based on the last game. But personally, I think I would have left that barrage there and sort of, if you know it's coming, you can sort of try to counter it. There are plenty of other heroes that are a bit more decent to be banning. I mean, the Martyrs is still open, the Gwen is still open, the Nolan's still open, but we haven't really seen a lot of those heroes being picked up by the side of Equilibrium. But that doesn't necessarily mean they don't play those heroes. But we can see them coming up in the next game. Gigi has been banned on the side of FBI, which maybe seems that they might be going Minnow or Gwen on their side, but we wouldn't know. Because yeah, and Diggy's been banned a lot in this tournament. I mean,
When
so
the
the
body
big fan
suffers,
of Diggy. We see that the Minty, not Minty, but Benedetta have been banned by the side of Equilibrium. So plenty of very good heroes open here. I would like to see FBI pick something very meta right now, something very flexible and something very good that we can actually. Oh, there we go. We have the Martyrs. Pretty early, which is good. Feels good to have a Martyrs on your side.
and not a
So maybe
single
Swagger's about to
worthy
throw
foe.
something here. He's gonna show us a bit of his swag. Because this is one that Swag also plays Martyrs. So yesterday he played Fanny, but today he's playing Martyrs for us. So let's see how he does with that Martyrs, right? Equilibrium have a chance to respond with two heroes that can directly counter the Martyrs, but we have to see whether or not they just choose to ignore it
Among the
or choose to
planes
pick something
exists
that's
the
within their
equilibrium,
draft. Your J-Trix
which
is their
I
jungler,
was made
and he's
for.
going for the Edgework, which is a hero I like to see. I mean, yesterday, I think it was Jupe who said it's not really prio, but I mean, they like it in this server. They like the Edgework
I
here.
think I think Equilibrium is going for a slow comp.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah,
just
they
full
might
of
be.
slows. I think Mino is gonna struggle here. They should have rather went for Rafaela, obviously as a later pick.
Let the world betray me.
Rafaela, I mean, they can. It's just that it also depends on the. But did Capo play Mino yesterday? He did. But also that leaves open the 1-1, which is something that was banned in the game. But it can still respond with other heroes here. Prince hasn't locked his marksman. He didn't do too terrible yesterday. And I'm very surprised. Oh, that's why they're banning the Lilia. Victor MVP got MVP twice with the Lilia there. So it makes so much sense why they're banning the Lilia twice in a row. I think it's a respect ban. They're respecting that sort of pick. But I'm also surprised that I haven't seen any farmers or Valentina being picked up on the side of Juju. But Eve is also still a decent pick. She's not as nice as she used to be. I really don't not a biggest fan of the range right now, but she is still a decent mage to have on your side, especially as Duke making that it goes well with the whole slow comp that they're going for here, as it seems. And they're picking up the Terizda on the side of uh, Equilibrium. What do you think of the matchup in XP?
Should be a decent matchup. I think Yuzong does well against Terizla. It's actually, I think, between two good players. I think it should side towards Yuzong a bit more.
Yeah, definitely.
I've
Oh,
So I mean,
I like the
definitely.
carry pick. Like, even though I said I don't want to see carries, but in this situation, I do like it.
where there is light, there are
Definitely. I
also
mean,
shadows.
I mean, it's gonna get super melted by the side of 1-1. So I mean, at least he can pick up the vengeance and he can pick up a bit more defense items. I heard in the next patch they're actually nerfing tank carries, so you won't be seeing that
I am
much.
the power of
So
light
you'll only
and
probably pick
darkness.
one more tank item in this. They're nerfing a passive with tank items. So I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean it's not enough to carry herself. It's just that she's going to benefit more from physical damage items rather than tank.
yeah. So you might be seeing a lot less of those Thunderbolt, brute force, dom ice, every single thing you can think of on the carry.
Yeah.
I think everyone is loaded up here. So Robin, we hardly get to see him on Kaja, but that's going to be very interesting to see how he does it with this teammate. I mean, it works well again with the whole slow thing you're speaking about, because there's going to be so much slow on the side of Equilibrium. But yeah, I mean, Prince played a decent game last night. Yeah, I mean, Capo also played a very decent Minotaur yesterday. So we'll have to see what he does with it in this game. I mean, it's gonna be Yuzong versus Terizla and XP. So that's the matchup I'm certainly happy to see. But we see Victor MVP actually went to the Louis in this matchup. I think we haven't really seen much Louis tournament. But yeah, let's see how both teams do it. Right now, we're gonna start off with Swagger Yeah, on the Marxist, yeah. What do you think of that emblem, man? Does the right emblem? I mean, doesn't have Steven Hunter. I'm not so sure about that, but he has,
Yeah, it's late to tell you.
yeah, he's gone for lethal ignition here. So, and he doesn't have Season Hunter. So it's gonna struggle a bit in those 1v1 exchanges in terms of like neutral objectives. But maybe he has something planned. I'm not so sure about that festival plan. It's good for XP movement, but just, oh, well, look, I mean, it's clearing it decently fast. It's just that. Yeah, he need a bit more damage in the key. But he's moving a bit faster than the Xbox, and they're gonna have a nice little lethal battle here. I wonder who he's gonna go to. Right now, Mini's doing a pretty good job of zoning away. Managed to no, he actually he lost the retribution to the Xbox there. Again, that little bit of damage coming in from the Xbox, managed to get the retribution. But the 1v1 in the gold lane, uh, it's Kerry versus the 1-1 here. President doing a pretty good job of zoning out the 1-1, making sure that he doesn't come in. But Kaja notices that his marksman is struggling a bit. So 4 members actually have committed to the side of Equilibrium, trying to go gun down the carry here. But Carry notices that, so he's just chilling in the bush. Mina's gonna be zoning out. He's quite out of position. He might actually die, but no. Luckily enough, he has managed to use up his flicker. But so much damage coming in from all members of Equilibrium here. So many hinders are low on the side of FBI. Unfortunately, don't have enough damage. Prince isn't level 4 yet. Marcus isn't level 4 yet. But Terry is the Future Force to use the flicker. 1-1 doesn't have his ult yet, so yeah. It might be a bit of a tough position for them to be in. But we see that Alder 1 has managed to survive there. You guys are wondering who Alder 1 is the person who is playing 1-1. Yeah. Anyways, right now, next turtle is up. Petrify has been used by the Xbox, but not Xbox, rather by the Yuzong. Unfortunately, he has not killed the Terizla yet. Terizla actually manages to survive that, and he will unlock his ult at the expense of the Yuzong. Supposed to go back to the base. The Marcus isn't able to fully engage in those teams right there. Eve has altered. Terizla manages to get to the backline, manages to get the Minotaur here. I mean, Marcus is so low. They can force the invade here. Marcus is very low. No one really gets protected. He has his ult, but unfortunately, he has not enough damage. He's thinking about them. Mino straight to the backline. He's going to try something. We'll try something against the Xbox. Xbox has that second shield coming along, but Martis unfortunately chooses to back out. He is going there with his 3 of his teammates. He went there with the Minnow. But right now, it looks like Juju is safe along with the Kaja, who has gone back to the base. Yeah. Let's just see how it goes for them. Your culture right now is doing a nice good job of zoning out the Minnow here, but Minnow manages to flicker. A pretty wasted flicker there, but like he does manage to survive. Look at the 1-1. Look at the carry, busy not dying. The carry says, I can take you on, but oh, there we go. Carry manages to get that solo kill, but Eve is trying to retaliate with a bit of a damage on his own, but Carry will be able to make it back safe to the base. So in terms of 1v1, I mean there was a flicker committed by Juju there, but unfortunately it wasn't useful because no one really died. I mean the Marshals died, but in terms of getting someone, didn't get anyone yet. But Juju's trying, not Juju rather, Robin the One, he's trying to get the only kill. The 1v1 between Joe, I mean Robin the One with the carry in the backline. I mean Juju is caught out of position 2 here. Would the Robin the One survive? He has managed to survive with very, very low health here, but that gives up an opportunity to do the 1-1 to get a last bit of the turret gold from the turret here. Let's see how they respond. Terry is trying something a bit here. He's trying to save his turret. He has been also by the Xbox, and he has a bit of true damage coming from the Xbox here, but Terry is running with it. He's already picked up, he's about to pick up Thunderbolt, and right now he has that very, very useful steel liquids right now to give him a bit of defense in that, in those assailants. But yeah, in the 1v1 in XP lane, off screen there, I'm not so sure if it caught that, but Madness won that 1v1 and he managed to kill the Yuzong. So Yuzong is in a tough position again here. He doesn't really have any of his core items. He's struggling a bit to win that lane. So yeah, let's just see how the team goes right now. You think that it looks like Mino is going straight for either correct or it's not Dominant's Eyes definitely, but I would suggest that because it's going to be pretty useful for his team. But right now he's trying to defend against the damage of Xbox and a few physical teammates off the side of Equilibrium. Right now we're going to see a 3-man gank here from Equilibrium. They're going to try to take on taking Prince here. So it's Prince versus the world there. Hopefully he can survive in the tough position for him to be in. And they're gonna try to do it. Like Prince has that tanky emblem and that tanky sort of bold. Will he be able to survive? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Because of that slow constant damage coming in from the Eve, Eve has managed to burst him down along with the help of his teammates. I mean, look at the Masters going straight to the backline, but he has been altered here. So ult has been used from the side of Kaja, but Kaja doesn't really worry about that because Kaja has a bit of damage reduction coming in. Look at the damage coming in from Evia, manages to zone away the Marcus. Marcus is going to be in a tough position. Look, oh, shutdown coming in from the Minnow. Not Minnow, rather, from the Yuzong. So Yuzong got a kill on the Xbox, which was a shutdown. So much gold coming in from their side here. And taking down a very important member of Equilibrium's team right now, which is the jungler in the name of Basic. And he's going to be forced to use Retribution here. So much damage. What is he going to do? I mean, either he leaves the buff or he dies, but he's wrong in a very, very, very good position to kill the Eagle. Using Petrify. So right now, they're trying to do something here. Mino is in a tough position, but he has managed to get landed out right into the bush there. So take down the shutdown on the edge, on the Terizla. Terizla over there. So two people have gotten shut down by the side of FBI, showing a bit of that FBI, showing a bit of intelligence. I don't know. Anyways, if is there along with the carrot with the Yuzong, we're gonna try to take out the 1-1, but 1-1 notices that and uses that anti-CC sort of to escape that. Look at the damage coming in from a carry, manages to take down the Kaja there. So very good response coming in from the carrier. Carry's definitely carrying his team right now, but from the side of his team, Swagger and the Minnow are not doing well. With the Minnow right now is on 0-6. So I don't think it's going well with not Minnow, rather the Marquis. The Minnow is 0-5. So those guys are not doing the best right now, but they can still respond with something in this game. I just think they need to focus on. I mean, Martis. The thing that Martis has for him is definitely the early game. And if you're far behind, he doesn't really have killing spree here, which is usually the emblem you have if you want to get a lot of kills and try to get the movement. Yeah. So I'm not so sure what's gonna go on in the late game, but I mean, yeah, Yuzong in a terrible position. Forced to use his ult to run away here, but I mean, he's trying to fly out of the map. Would he be able to make it? No, he dies. He flew into the turret there, so his ult ran out as soon as he was about to enter, the wall. But unfortunately, it didn't work out there. So right now, it seems that Equilibrium are in a good control of the game right now. So we have to see what FBI does right now, but unfortunately, right now, at the moment, it's not looking tough. They need to dig deep and actually do something to win this game and turn it around. But Taj is going straight to the back line. He's going to try something. Very good all coming in from Madness here. He's trying to do something. Killed a few people off Equilibrium here. No, not Equilibrium, rather. Off FBI, but look at the Petrify combo coming in from the side of. But I'll go back there. Mark, he needs to go back. Yuzong needs to go back, but they have managed to kill down Robin the one. It's a roam kill. So I'm not so sure how useful that is, but it is still a kill nonetheless. They still don't have any turrets on their side, so they are in a tough position right now. They need turrets, but they also need to push. They also need to get a bit more items right now. It seems that the Yuzong and the carry have something that they're cooking right now, but I would like to get a bit more anti-heal on the Minnow here. I mean, yeah, Yuzong's thought is correct here. Because they have a lot to defend, but carry isn't going to be an easy target to kill in the late game. Right now, they're doing a pretty good job of making sure that they stay in the game, but unfortunately, in terms of pushing on the map, in terms of pressure, it is pretty tough right now for FBI. Again, if they lose this game, they will be out of the tournament. But if they win, they can take in another one. It's best of 3, so maybe they can cook something here right now. Maybe they can turn it around. So right now, Minnow is going to do a little bit of risk-taking. Kaja sees them. They see each other. They know they're going to kill each other. They're just going to zone each other out right now. In the meantime, 1-1 is going to be busy pushing. 1-1 hasn't had the funnest time. I mean, that his team has 17 kills. He's only been involved in 5 of those, but those weren't even kills. But he's doing a pretty good job of making sure that his lane has pressure put on the lead. As long as he can try to get to the backline, he's getting the same amount of damage, same amount of life too. Also using the backline, Marcus is safe, but will be able to get the kill. Manages to get the kill on the Eve there right now. He's still in the backline, trying to kill down the Kaja. The Kaja is at the back, but they're doing the same amount of damage. So is doing something. Can he get the kill? He won't be able to, unfortunately. Kaja manages to survive there. 1-1, as I've been saying, he's been doing a lot of quick pushing here right now. He's going to look to end the game for his team right now. I mean, he's doing a tremendous amount of damage. Uh, Kerry's the only one left alive. Kerry with the vengeance. Kerry with the vengeance. He has been pulled by the Kaja. Unfortunately, that he was the last member of his team to be alive. FBI is gonna try. Oh, shutdown coming in from Yuzong. Double kill coming in from Yuzong. Keeping his team in the game right now, making sure that equilibrium hasn't ended. The FBI is definitely still fighting to stay in the game here right now. So very good response coming in from Yuzong, trying to carry his team. So Interior and Prince doing a pretty decent job of trying something here. Hopefully they can, they can inspire their team to do something and rally behind him. I mean, I would like to see a little bit more of Louis plays. They have Louis, they can do something in the back line and try to do something here. Unfortunately, right now it's not working. Marcus is there. Eve has used his ult. Eve is alone right now. They can go for it, but they're choosing not to because they don't have vision on the map. It was a bit tough for them to just try and go stick up people here. So right now, FBI in a tough position, but they can definitely respond with something right now. It's just that, the next load is coming up in the next 40 seconds, 30 seconds. But right now, they need to pick up the slack and try to figure out how they can respond to this onslaught coming in from the start of Equilibrium. What are your thoughts, dude?
Yeah, so my thoughts is in FBI need to target um, the squishy heroes on Equilibrium's team, which is the Eve and the Wan. But unfortunately, with the heroes that FBI have, they don't really have like a proper lockdown for the Wan. There's no suppress. There's like CC, but there's from the Minotaur, but I think which can be immune by Wan, right? But that's where the Lao Yi comes into play and tries and does something in the team fights. So they do have a decent chance. I mean, the goal difference is only 7k.
I mean, the middle is alive. Madness hasn't taken down yet. The one Nurse finally managed to get his up, but unfortunately he locked onto the carry. He managed to keep the damage coming in because he has two defensive items. He even has blade armor, so very good damage coming in from the Louis here, but unfortunately we might die here. Yuzong goes straight to the backline. He's going to try to get something for his team right now. 4 members left on the side of Equilibrium, pushing straight versus the 2 members here, but you know how Louis works, but unfortunately he has been caught out by the Kaja. Double kill coming in from Juju Panic here. Oh no, Juju, no, just Juju. Anyways, the base is being attacked. One was about to try to end, but anyways, GG will play on the side of Juju and his teammates here. So this will be going on to the next game, and we'll have to see how that goes. So next up, we'll have Aquadius versus Enigma in the upper bracket matches. So the loser, they won't go out immediately. They will still get to play. So right now, what we're gonna see is Enigma versus Aquadius. But yeah, certainly a good display of heart from both teams. I like how the Yuzong didn't give up and the carry. They both tried their best, but unfortunately, the damage that was coming in from the side of Equilibrium was a bit too much. So we'll have to see how that goes for them in the next stage. They will be playing later on tonight again, so this isn't the last time that Equilibrium is going to play. They'll still keep playing in the lower bracket up until the finals. We will get to see a rematch of the first game. We would have to see how that goes for the rest of the night. But right now, good games coming in from FBI. Thank you to them for joining us. They certainly showed heart and integrity. I mean, they did a pretty good job in the last games. Just that in this game, a bit out-rotated and a bit out-drafted. But definitely, they will have plenty to show us in the upcoming tournaments that they'll be joining. But anyways, TG will play to those teams. So right now, we are going to prep for the next game. The teams have indicated to me that they're going to be joining. We should just remind Equilibrium not to appear because there'll be a few more games tonight here that they will be involved in. Let's just see how that goes. But right now, let's just get into the very, very first game of the upper bracket finals. It isn't the finals of the tournament, but it is a very important game of the tournament right now. With the winner of that tournament going straight to the grand finals, which will be played tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be only focusing on the grand finals, which will be after everyone here has concluded their drama. All the lower bracket matches have been played. We'll have 2 people that will be going straight to the upper bracket matches. To the finals. The grand finals of the tournaments will be a best of 5 to determine the winner of the Dawning Elite tournament. Right now, I'm just going to either just waiting for the people to log on. I see that a few members of Enigma 9 have logged on here. So we just waiting. Hello. And so if Seppi was asking, it depends on the teams. If they want a 10-man lobby, they can. If they don't, they can't be forced. So the tournament is structured for a 3-band system, but if the teams both want a 5-band, then they can do it. So just just ask Con. The both teams can log in. We can communicate that if they want that 5-band. We just see what they're saying. But in the meantime, we'll be waiting whilst I sort out a bit of admin, get a bit of teams online.
In the meantime, I will be stepping in.
Are you-
Hello,
Hey,
everybody. My
man.
name is Davey, and I'm back. How are you doing,
Nice.
Nigel?
I'm alright. Is your load shedding done?
Yeah, it's done. It's done. Thankfully, I'm going to be here for the rest of the night and also tomorrow for the final.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Got-
Yes, as to repeat on what Nigel was talking about in the previous or just a minute ago, FBI have been knocked out of the tournament. Unfortunate for them, but they did show character and they played well to reach this part. And congratulations to them and thank you for your participation. As for the side of Equilibrium, they do move forward, but they move forward in the lower bracket. So it is the lower bracket that they move forward. So the next game right now is going to be Enigma versus Aquadius. This is part of the upper bracket. So this is the upper bracket match. So this is a part of the upper bracket match, and it will be a best of 3. It will be a best of 3. Only the final will be a best of 5. If I'm not mistaken, the winner between these two teams will go to the final, the penultimate, the ultimate final, if you will, tomorrow. So whichever team wins here secures their place in the final. So I'm sure it's going to be a really intense and great match. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. So on that note, teams have indicated. I'm just waiting for them to confirm again, but they have indicated that they want 5 bands in this tournament. I mean, this matchup. So we'll have 5 bands in this match. So they'll ban 2 in the lobby and 3 in the game. So it's gonna be very exciting game to watch. With so many heroes being banned here. So let's just see. We're waiting for Con's team to log on, which is Enigma 9, but be very exciting. Right now, what we'll do is just we just run you down to the tournament. So tomorrow, as Ira's already indicated, we'll have our grand finals, but that will be determined on the loser of this team versus the 3 remaining teams that are left. So right now in the tournament is still Equilibrium, it is still Wasted Potential, and these other 2 teams that are left here. So whoever loses here will be facing the winner of the winner of that game later on in the evening. So yeah. So we're gonna do what we call a lower bracket matches, which is Wasted Potentials versus Equilibrium. So it'll be very exciting to see how those games start later tonight. So that will be later down the line, right after this game here. Anyways, let's just see how the games go. So what are your thoughts so far? Did you get to watch a bit of the last game? What was it? It was an 8-minute game the last time, the very first game. What do you think of that?
Fortunately, I got an opportunity to watch both the games, and I think Doof mentioned that the draft in the first game was a bit, by the side of FBI, was a bit counterintuitive, if you may. Picking out the Baumann, especially when you have the Valier in the team, it was a very weird pick, and then unfortunately they could not make it work. But as for the second game, I do think Imperial on the Dragon Boy was really good. He did a lot to keep the team in the match. There was also a wonderful play near the base where he got a double kill, if I'm not mistaken. So he was really doing well on that Dragon Boy. Also the carry as well, Prince. He showed a wonderful carry. He even did an outplay in a 1v1 versus Wanwan. So they FBI have showed that they have the skills, and it's very unfortunate that they lost. But yeah, we move.
Definitely.
And yes, yeah. I'm kind of disappointed though, because they don't really feature much in these tournaments. I was hoping for a debutant team to make it to the final, so I'm kind of sad personally. But it is what it is. Credit towards Equilibrium, and they played well. They really played according to their win conditions, and they dominated both games.
Definitely. So yeah, we'll get to see another team. I mean, Wasted Potential is still in the tournament. They don't really have any experience. I mean, Aquadias too, but they have a bit more experience than the other teams. But Wasted Potential is still in the tournament, so maybe you might get your wish if they are able to beat, Equilibrium tonight. So let's just see how those games go.
Yeah. So now everybody knows which side I'm tilted towards. It's a bit of
Everyone loves an
favoritism.
underdog story, bro. Everyone loves an underdog story. Me too. We'll have to see how those teams do in the tournament.
Yes, but we do have an interesting match here between Enigma and Aquadias. Both teams have showed really amazing coordination. They really know how to work together, the rotations, even the drafting phase. Whoever is in charge of the drafting phase, they really know how to draft well. So these are, in my opinion, really, really strong teams. Enigma also has their own powerhouses, like Nemesis. We've seen what he can do with the Arlot, so it'll be interesting to see if that happens here. It'll be very interesting. So yeah, bear with us, guys. We're still sorting out the teams, and we still, if I'm not mistaken, still missing the members of Enigma, but they will join us in a minute. In the meantime, please be sure to like, just up those like buttons, man. Just like, subscribe also to the channel, comment who's your favorite player, comment which one is your favorite team, and comment which one is your favorite hero as well. There's a very diverse amount of players we have in the comment section, so I just want to see who you guys main. So yeah, just leave a comment in the comment section and see what type of players we have. So yes, now we're seeing a few members from Enigma 9 starting to join in. It will only take a few minutes. If I'm not mistaken, they still have a few minutes to gather up before it qualifies for a forfeit. So they still have a bit of time, or still have, if I'm not mistaken, for...
Yeah, the game was scheduled for 7:30, so they're still fine, but we just gotta make sure that they get online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just that the 8th game, they made us ahead of schedule a bit, so I mean that's good. It's always a good thing to be ahead of schedule than behind it. So we had to, I think a few of them had to set their alarm for 7:30, but they have Connor has indicated that Academy is going to get online.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing a miracle here for the first time in African history. African players are on time, not even on time, they're early, which is a surprise to me. But shout outs to them for not only keeping the time, but coming out and showing out, making sure they represent Africans with that regard. But yeah, we see that Khan and Jinx are going to be playing as well from the side of Enigma, and we've seen they can also be very dominant players. If I'm not mistaken, Khan with the Dayroth, a few games ago, he was absolutely phenomenal. Also, was he the one with the Martyrs? The Martyrs
he played Dayroth in one of the games, and then he also played another hero. I'm not so sure it was Martyrs, but he played one of the heroes. Yeah. But he played Granger in the other game.
Granger, I remember that, Granger. Very masterful use of the Death Sonata and Rhapsody combination, so it's also something to look out for. I think he's also a very unconventional, or maybe not, he's not a tank-oriented type of jungler. He always comes out with these interesting picks, or these damage-based picks rather. We've seen the Dayroth, we've seen him on the Noland, if I'm not mistaken. where he was dominating yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what he goes with.
Definitely. I mean, also in this game, both teams have requested a five hero ban. So both teams are going to ban 5 heroes each. So but 10 heroes won't be allowed to play in this game here. So that definitely allows a lot more, versatility in the draft. We get to see a lot more heroes, hopefully, and we got to see whether or not the Nolan or the Joy or the Martyrs or the Granger will be banned. But like, yeah, definitely both teams have control of. I mean, they both showed that they can go the distance with each other. So we'd have to see. I don't think either team. I mean, right now, the only game that Aqua Diaz has lost was the one from yesterday. Right now, Khan's team, Enigma 9, hasn't really lost any games yet. They haven't lost any games. Most of them have been just 2-0 wins. But it was 2-0 and 1-0. But like, it certainly means that in the tournament-wise, the Aqua Diaz have certainly played a bit more games. That third game that they played, I think they played nearly a 30-minute game. So the type of stuff that is involved in a 30-minute game, sure, you can end the game early, but if you can take a game to 30 minutes and still win, it shows that you can at least, at least what's needed in the late game. I saw a lot of good plays coming in from the Nolan yesterday. So maybe in this tournament we'll get to see a pretty close game, such as the games we saw yesterday. Those pretty exciting games to cast.
That was a very exciting game that we saw yesterday. And also to speak on the fact they lost yesterday for the first time in the whole tournament, but they still won the series, so that is why they're still here on the upper bracket. So they, even if you put them at a disadvantage or you try to tilt their minds, they know how to stay focused, they know how to stay level-headed, they know how to make a comeback, if you will. And also the late game, once you get to a certain part of the game where the respawn time stretches up to 50-60 seconds, that can have a major impact. But not only did they manage that, not only did they play well, I think they got a wipeout near the end, if I'm not mistaken. So they're a very coordinated team, they're a very good team, and it'll be interesting to see how this match between two titans go. Who do you have in terms of jungler? Who are you leaning more towards? Is it Rika or Khan?
I mean, I'm gonna go purely based on the points that they have in ranked. I mean, Khan has 85 points, Rika has around 50. So purely based on that, I'm gonna go with Khan. Mostly, I don't know, I don't play ranked that much, but they're both pretty good junglers. But in terms of experience with the team, Khan has a bit more experience with the team, and usually not really much about how much you jungle. I think they're pretty good junglers, both of themselves. But in terms of playing with the team, you need to synergize well with the team. You know that Seppi wasn't always in Aqua Diaz. He does have a few members of his old teammates here from Death Rippers. But that could have impacted a bit of how synergize with your team. So in terms of that, I'll give it to Khan. But you'd have to see how both junglers play. In terms of hero pool, they're both pretty good. Khan is pretty good with the Granger, and then Rika is also pretty good with the Joy. So both teams have good hero pools. It just depends on how they execute that draft. We have to see. Retributions, map control, all of those things, most of those stuff also can come from the team that you have around you. So in terms of Roma, I would also give it to Enigma 9. We'd have to see. But is Soy back? Yeah, he played a pretty good Kaja. I mean, just to figure out who played Kaja yesterday. He had a pretty decent Kaja game.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Kemi or Chemi.
How do you say that name? Yeah, it was Chemical. That's what his old name was, Chemical, and then he changed it to Kimi.
All right, he played a very good Kaja as well. So they have a lot of what I wanted to get towards is they have a lot of similarities. They have junglers that are more damage based. They're not really utility like we've seen. They're not really the type of junglers to pull out the beefy people in the jungle. They like those damage types of jungles. They know how to they know how to farm fast. They know how to rotate. Even their retreats we've seen is very good, as we've seen Khan, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 2 matches. We've seen a Lord steal 1 or twice. So it's very interesting to see how similar these teams are and which side will take the win here. And it seems as though we have every member from both sides of the team, and we're just sorting out the admin and just making sure that the players are ready before we start. So again, just like, subscribe, hit the notification button, also show your support. I don't think I've seen Heaven before in the tournament. I think we might be in treat for. Or did he change his name? Is it an old player? Is it a?
I'm hearing that
Okay.
Heaven is Cure. Let me just confirm that he is Cure on the poster.
Oh, okay. So a bit of a name change here. Again, we're just sorting out the admin, but the match should be underway in a few seconds.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Everyone is confirmed. They have gotten Cure, who is Heaven. Sometimes, I'd also be persistent with the team of Equilibrium. So what they do is that they submit with the name that they call the player, but the player has a completely different name in the game itself. Anyway, it's fine. That is sorted. I have confirmed with Con that his name is Cure on the posters, and then he's registered. So we'll get started here in the next 3 minutes. So yeah,
Yes.
just tell us what your thoughts on the team. What do you expect in the game?
I know everybody often looks at the gameplay, the rotations as well, very important things, but I'm looking forward towards the drafting phase.
An enemy has been slain.
Ally
Has been slain.
in the drafting phase. They really know how to draft their heroes in terms of what they're individually capable of, but also how to outdraft their enemies. So it's a bit of a mind game type of section. So it's what I'm looking forward to see which side is going to win that draft phase and how they're going to handle it. And as we've seen here, or as we're seeing here, the two teams have already identified their two bans. Granger being banned from the side of Aqua Deers, also Aldous as well. And from the side of Enigma, they choose to ban the Joy and the Martyrs. So it'll be a game without the Joy, Martyrs, and without the Granger and the Aldous. So very significant picks and very important picks, very good picks as well. Sorry, very good bans. Sorry. So yeah, it's about to be game time. So let's go.
Yeah, certainly. We'll get ready to start in a bit. Both teams have sent in their bans. So again, it's a 5-ban system, and we'll get to see an exciting game right now. Right now, it will be Enigma with the first pick and first ban, and they have opted to ban out the Martyrs and the Joy, which are usually heroes that Sepulga likes going. When the Joy is banned, he picks the Martyrs, and the Martyrs is banned, he usually picks the Joy. So certainly good bans to have. We'll have to see what kind of draft they go to. This is Heaven's very first debut in the tournament itself, not just this tournament. I didn't really see him playing the other tournaments either. So his very first game in a tournament setup. So we'll have to see how he synergizes with this team. I'm going to assume here is going to go Roam Bro, because that is the only role that they're missing. Taka usually goes Gold Lane, Nemesis Primary XP. So yeah, on the side of Enigma 9, they have opted to target jungle roles. And on the side of Aqua Deers, they banned the Granger, which is Khan's main, and they also banned the Aldous, which is Nemesis main. So they're very, very good players. They're the top 2 players, top 1 players in those specific roles, So we'll have to see what they ban right now. So right now, Jinx does have the first pick. What are you expecting? Jinx is the major, but I'm assuming they might swap out to another role that they're prior picking. They have the first pick here. Guinevere is open, but you probably get to see that picked, but also Diggy is open. I don't think they would really pick that early. Yeah, there's the Xbox from Nemesis Prime.
Yes, they decide to ban the Xbox they decide to pick the Xbox, and as Hidoof has mentioned, these types of picks can be, a bit of a flex because you can take it to the jungle as well as you can take it to the EXP. So it kind of keeps the opponents wondering where this pick is going to go. And as for the side of Aqua Deers, they decide to take up the Feramis as well as the Uranus. I don't think we've seen the Uranus being picked out a lot in this tournament, so it'll be interesting to see this hero here. You know, he was one of the
I hope to find a strand
main
that's
picks
truly
around
mine.
the M3 type M3 time frame. So he hasn't been picked a lot. So it'll be interesting to see how he's played here.
First rule
What do
around
you think
here,
about this, Uranus?
break
Your
all the
team
rules.
is picking.
Yeah, so it's a first in the channel, not only the tournament. So it's the first time this series being picked during a live game
I
in
mean,
the
it was Playtime Z once. I mean, again with Equilibrium, but
The hunt begins.
yeah, but
Your
like we
team
haven't seen it
is
with
ready.
Aegis. That's the first. We haven't seen Uranus with Aegis. I haven't seen it either. Usually they go
yeah
for
that
sprint. But then also, where is it going in the roam, bro? We see that they have a Ruby. Are they gonna go Ruby roam?
I think yeah, I think the Ruby is going to probably EX. I don't know
Gaze the
how the Uranus
stars
fares
and
against the
see your
Xborg in the
path.
EXP. What do you guys' opinion on that? The Xborg and Uranus in the EXP. What do you think?
I mean,
Hoo
the idea is that
Urology is my
Uranus
craft.
has a
Dizzy
constant
is my
heal, so
name.
you would be able to survive over other XP lanes. But it looks like it seems
Chivalry is
that
dead.
they're
Your
playing
team
around
I
with the
will
idea of
avenge.
having an Esmeralda jungle here. That's what it looks
Valor
like.
is
But
engraved in
Talir
my
is going to
soul.
be a good option to have an Esmeralda in there. So that's what they were planning. It looks like it. I'm not so sure about Aquadius' draft so far. I mean, it could work. It's just that the Ruby is an odd hero to have in here. I mean, you can still go Ruby Roam. Just that sometimes there are far better Roam heroes to have. I mean, especially since you're facing an Angela, you need someone that can actually just lock that hero down there, or at least try something. I mean, they have
It's
enough
not every
damage
day you
to
see such a
survive the
handsome
onslaught, maybe
dragon
from the
tamer
Ling.
like
Just
me.
that it's a very pretty difficult position to be in. I mean, yeah.
Aquadias need more damage. I don't think it's good to go for Esmeralda. I think they might just be better off with a Hellcat or something with more damage because they already have two tanky heroes. Faramus damage doesn't come online until mid game, and same for Clint. You know.
Yes,
But yeah,
Clint does
there's
need
your
a
wish.
few
You
items
got
to come online.
your lance.
And by the way,
He does
Uranus
need
should be able to beat Xborg in lane because his damage, once it stacks, it can break off Xborg's shields really easily.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting fact from the knowledgeable Doof. So yeah. What do you guys think about these drafts? I know Doof has his reservations about the Clint, but it seems as though Aquadis decided to go with the Lancelot. I don't know about this pick, but a Lancelot Ling in jungle is, I think this is going to be a very interesting match to say the least. I'm enjoying seeing these two heroes here. What do you guys think about these two picks?
Welcome to Mobile
I mean, I like the
Legends.
Angela. You get to see the Angela Link combo. I mean,
5
I'm always a big
seconds till
fan of
the
that.
enemy
I
reaches
think
the
there'll be,
boundary.
unless the Angela
Finish
gets
them.
picked off a lot, I think they're pretty useful resource, especially also for the carry when she's getting invaded. Angela doesn't really need to be with him constantly, but imagine carry being tanky and also having an Angela on her. So I think it's a pretty decent pick here, and I also like the Valier to just push them away. Just not so sure about the Ruby Roam, but it could work. That's what I'm thinking about the draft.
It often goes to execution, and we have seen when it comes to these teams that comfort really does matter a lot more than meta picks, you know. Because also with Enigma, I don't really see them going for a front laner that often. They really like to take a lot of damage dealers. So we have a bit of a skirmish here in the lethal. And the Valier doing his damage. As you know, the Valier is a very good hero to have in the early game. And is a very strong hero, if I'm not mistaken, one of the strongest heroes one of the strongest mages rather, in the early game. And there's also a skirmish here in the top lane, and the Clint is very low, forced to recall. I do think he might miss that the canyon minion, so that might derail him a bit. So it'll be interesting to see how the skirmish in the gold lane will go. But it seems as though both these teams are deciding to play a bit more safe. But we're seeing Khan and Enigma deciding to engage on Rika, but he uses the Phantom Execution. to escape. What do you think about this skirmish so far?
I think as you've mentioned already, it looks like the Uranus is busy winning his lane. It's going to be good in that lane. I mean the turtle is going to be coming up here. It's just that one thing to notice is that Luke's going to be needing to focus a lot on that blue buff here, so to make sure it doesn't get invaded. So it also affects how you play, but like yeah, if uh, if Aqua Diaz manages to get a hold of his blue buff, he could be in trouble there.
Yes. And we are seeing a bit of a dance in the turtle part, and Chami is really low and gets taken down. Rika does manage to get the turtle, and the Tempest of Blades is used by Khan onto Rika. Unfortunately, he does not get the kill, and Aqua Diaz decides to disengage. I'm sorry. So yeah, the first turtle does go towards the side of Aqua Diaz, but Enigma does get the first kill.
Definitely. I mean, the next things will be coming up here is to see how they manage their gold lane ganking. It looks like the Terry is busy freezing lanes here, so it's going to be a good position for him to be in if he can get a lot of farm in. And if they're not ganking enough, then it's very difficult for them to burst him down. Yeah, and especially with the 20 bolt, it seems that he's going to be going.
Yes. Yes. But it does seem like the Clint is managing to keep up as he's level 5 versus the carry 4, and we are seeing both teams move towards the top side here, and the Valier uses the ult. I think that was a very premature ult. Something that Aqua Diaz can use towards their benefit if they decide to engage. But unfortunately, nothing pans out from that. Yeah, what do you think about the bot lane? As we're seeing here, the Xbox is having a very hard time against the Uranus.
Yeah, well, right now I saw that they banned Nemesis Aldous, and usually like to put that mouse Aldous in the HP lane. So the 5-man system works for both teams. They get to last few those heroes. We get to see a hero like Uranus. You know, that's why it's the cool part of having a 5-man system. So they're gonna gank down and engage. Let's see how that goes.
Yes, receiving engage here at the top lane. Chami does use the I'm offended and manages to get 2 members of Enigma into the torrent, but the hard guard, if I'm not mistaken, was used by Heaven, and Kerry managed to escape. Yes, that's what happens on the top lane, but now we're seeing Enigma decides to go heavy here on the turtle as they push Rika away, and Khan manages to get the second turtle of the game. But Heaven here is being pulled back by Sox, but manages to nothing comes out of that. That was a very fast turtle take. Even though this match rather is very fast paced, we haven't seen a lot of kills. What do you guys think about that right now?
I think both junglers are busy trading in the field. I like that no one is dominating and not a lot of kills, not a lot of crazy plays being made, but they all are focusing on trying. Not even the turrets are gone, so both teams are playing it safe, but the lane seems to be engaging well.
And we're seeing the nether realm being used here by Sox for the team, and the Temples of Blades are already being used by Khan as he manages to get a kill, but 2 members of Enigma get taken down in Heaven and Taka. While Cahill decides to chase, he does get low and decides to disengage, but Sox uses the pull. He managed to get the pull on Jinx. And eventually Rika does get the kill, but Khan here decides to go back in. I think he's in a very bad position as Sox seemingly does get the kill on Khan, assisted by Rika. Yeah, it seems as though we have a bit of a skirmish in bot lane. As Nemesis does take the win over Soy, so even though he's at a bit of a disadvantage, he does manage to get a kill, so which goes to show how good of a player Nemesis Prime is. What do you think about the game so far? I
think that both teams are doing pretty well here. I also like that Aqua Diaz is taking the game to the side of Enigma 9 here. They're on either on the map. And they're also in a pretty good position to be taking out another Lord. Khan still doesn't have his blue buff, so he won't be able to make it fast enough unless he skips his blue buff. But that seems pretty unlikely that he's going to skip his blue buff. He's going to go for it first, but then the Ling will be able, not the Ling, but the Lance will be able to take the turtle because of that.
Yes, it seems to be a free turtle towards the side of Aquadiz, as the turtle is very low, and it does go to them. We're seeing Aquadiz decide to re-engage with the Armor Fender, the Temples of Blaze being used by Khan, and I think also the Valier used the ult, but the Last Insanity being used by Prime here. That's actually wonderful rotation by him. So it seemed as though it was a 5v5 here on the turtle, but Cahill is in a very bad position here as 4 members of Enigma on the top lane and take him down. And Sox here is in a very bad position as I think they decide to stay here at top. Maybe they're looking to take another torrent as well, or maybe even a buff. Yeah, that was wonderfully executed by the side of Enigma as they get. Did they get the total? I think they got the total as well. No? So they got the total, if I'm not mistaken. So they did get a bunch of resources here at the total, a bit of a torrent. So they're managing to use the advantage from that to gain, a bit of dominance in the game. And the hard guard being used here by Heaven on Khan prematurely, which leads to nothing. I think, and we're having an engage here, and the Armor Fender, also the Nether Realm being used here, the Temples of Blades, as well as the Last Insanity by Nemesis, and is a bit of a skirmish while Rika decides to go onto the Jinx, but Jinx manages to survive that skirmish. But now Taka here onto the Lancelot, he might be taken down, and Taka does get the kill. He is doing a bit of damage right now, and as you see, he's in a very bad position as Chemi sorts, but he does do the outplay. Taka does manage to get the outplay, and he survives. How does he survive that? He survives that with very low HP. Credit towards the carry tank, and credits towards Enigma for that play and for managing that skirmish. And it seems as though Khan decides to engage here on bot lane on the Soy, and he doesn't seem to have a sprint and does get taken down. Yeah, so Enigma deciding to use their advantage to their benefit as they do get a lot of kills and also get a lot of resources, as we're seeing here. They decide to go towards the blue buff, and Khan does secure the blue buff. So it's a bit of a loss, or it's a bit of a bad position towards the side of Aquadiz. So a match that seemingly was even, but it was changed around by one team fight, and there's also a skirmish here, and the hard guard is used on Khan. He does manage to get the kill on Chami, but Rika uses the Phantom Execution to escape, as well as Khan uses the Temples of Blades, but could not get a kill, or could not get another kill. And in the meantime, Nemesis Prime is taken down. So it's a bit of a back and forth between that skirmish and all. In the meantime, Taka does, focus that torrent, but unfortunately he does not get it. But it is very low. So it is wonderful, or rather smart play from him. Yeah, that was a lot of back and forth in that game. What do you think about this position for both teams so far?
Right now, I think after this is slowing down quite a bit. I don't think they're as active as they were in the early game. I think a bit of the confidence has been taken away from them. They definitely won the early game, and they weren't losing as much. It's just now very difficult to kill the carry, but they can definitely do something with it. I mean, the Ling's in the top position there.
Yes, and he does use the Tempest of Blades, but Rika with the Phantom Execution does manage to get the kill and uses the Thorn Rose to get the kill on the Angela, or Heaven on the Angela, but Taka comes in clutch and gets a kill on the Chami. The Lancelot, it does, or was almost escaped that skirmish, but Nemesis Prime made sure to punish him. That's a 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken, in that skirmish. And Enigma do decide to go for this purple buff here. a lot more resources being taken away from the side of Aquadiers, as Soy is in a very Soxrad is in a very bad position, but does manage to escape, and Soy, um, while coming to his aid, it does get punished by Enigma 9, and it seems as though they're going directly for this lord at the moment. It seems that it's going to be a free lord towards the side of the Enigma, but they, I don't know if they were deciding to disengage, but the lord reset, but they're still focusing him. So it looks like it's going to be a free lord towards the side of Enigma, and Aquadius decides not to contest.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the Lord to update to level 2 so that they can get a Lord.
Yes, but unfortunately, it did not reset fully. So it did not
Yeah.
evolve. So I still think it's that was a very weird play by them, because they still, I don't think
I
they
mean,
get
this
an.
upgrade is yellow on my side at least.
Sorry.
It's yellow on my side. That is the enhanced Lord.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. It seems as though I didn't see it right. So that is an enhanced load. So a very intellectual play from them. I previously thought they messed it up a bit because it looked like it reset. But we are seeing a bit of an engage here at top, and Soy forced to use that sprint as Tucker and Khan were on him here, and the Netherrealm is used in the mid lane as the Lord is going down, but the last Insanity also gets pulled. Nemesis Prime loses that immortality and looks like he might be taken down, and he is, but the Valier comes in clutch with the slows and also the ults, and Enigma managed to get the kill on the Cham. He was in a very bad position, and it seems as though Enigma only got the middle inhibitor torrent from this, so it's still I think Aquadius defended that well. What do you think about that base defense?
I think they defended it well, but almost again, the Ruby pick wasn't the greatest pick in this game. Yeah, and you can see that's why it's struggling a bit, especially into that Valir. And they have Angela to just constantly save his teammates, but the Fireman's not doing a bad job either. Yeah.
Yes, the Pharaohs does use the Netherrealm to help Rika as he was low. Also, the Tempest of Blades, also the Heart Guard being used by Khan and Heaven respectively. So those are two massive ults that I think they're very helpful they have been helpful for Enigma winning these team fights. So it's interesting to see whether Aquadius decides to use this opportunity or not, and it seems as though they would decide to play a bit passive here.
Definitely. I mean, also it looks like Ruby's going for Athena. I think he'd just rather go for Radiant Studio. Radiant armor rather, because it's a bit better against the Valir, also the Angela. I think, yeah, maybe he can try and make sets, but just that the damage that they need isn't there yet. Maybe in the late game they'll be able to do something, but so far it's not looking good.
Yes.
Oh, the lane is dead. Right before
yes.
the Lord.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake by Khan, as Rika does use the Phantom Execution to delete Khan. I think that was a mistake, especially with the Lord here at 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. But it seems as though Enigma 9 do still have a lot of the advantage, as they have a lot of items, as Taka here does have the Demon Hunter and the Endless, as well as the Antique. I think the Antique was taken to counter Rika and Cahill, their two main damage dealers. So it is a wonderful, it's a very smart build by Rika here. And it seems as though Aquadius could not use their advantage, or rather the kill they got on Khan, to sway the match, and Enigma still have the advantage here. What do you have mentioned the Ruby not being a good pick, but what do you think about the Uranus? Sorry.
I mean, in the early game, Uranus won his match. He won his lane. He wasn't losing as much. I just feel like in the late game, Xbox is doing good right now in terms of being the front liner for his tank. And the issue with Uranus right now, at least, is that the egg bug is using his true damage to keep him away. And they also have a Valir, man. So I feel like if it was a no Valir game, the Uranus would have worked very, very well. You just had his team pushed away by both the X-Bug and the Valir. You know, they're using him to zone him away. I mean, and also the issue again, they don't have a proper front liner with CC. Ruby's the only hero that they have for CC right now, but Ruby's very sticky. So before Ruby can actually do anything, he usually gets out.
Yes, and the flicker is used here by Chami as a defensive measure as the last Insanity was being popped. And Khan getting online here as he does take Cahill and Rika out. I think Rika was taken out by Taka, but he does use the Tempest of Blaze to secure the kill on the Sots. So this is starting to look likely that it's going to be a GG, as Uranus and Paramus are the only two members left here, and the Uranus gets taken down by Taka as the Lord is marching down. I don't think Rika or Cahill or any of the members will be up by then. This looking like it's GG. They decide to focus on Torrent and they do take it down. That is one match, or that is match point towards the side of Enigma. I'm going to leave to the analyst to maybe give our opinion or give his opinion on that match. What do you think about that?
I think Ruby wasn't great. I'm gonna say that again. I think Ruby wasn't great, but they did do a pretty good job of banning out some of the core heroes from Enigma. But then the issue with that is just it exposed some of the other heroes that Enigma 9 can play. They played the Ling, which was really, I mean, he hasn't really played the Ling the last 3 games, so they weren't exactly expecting that sort of hero to be picked up. I think focusing on the Granger maybe assumed that they were going to play Granger. I think they also banned the Louis, which assumes that Jinx is going to play the Louis. So, I mean, there's a lot of target banning, but then also that worked against them. But then they didn't really have, I mean, sometimes it can be easier to try and, expect those heroes to come and respond with your own counters. If you know Barak is coming, you pick a carry, if you know those kind of things. But also it's a bit risky, especially when someone is a bit skilled with that hero. But I mean, on the side of Enigma 9, I did like how they banned out the Joy and Masters, which were heroes that Rika liked to play. The Nolan might still be opening this instance this time around. Rika will have the first pick. So Rika's team, rather. What am I calling Rika? Yeah, Rika, Aqua Diaz will have the first pick, so they have a bit more control on the draft. What they would also have to think about whether or not they need to ban the Valir. So it's a tough position, especially, 5 bans increases the amount of heroes you can ban, but it's also tricky, in deciding what hero to leave out and what hero to pick. So it might be a little situation where they switch out people here, make a bit of substitution, but we wouldn't know. But I think if they picked a different hero in the row, they could have had a better chance. I think it came down to draft and rotation. Yeah, Ling has had the ability to go in and out of team fights, and they didn't really have anyone to CC the enemy. Like, even if they were there, who was going to stop them? Ruby isn't known for a serious CC damage. I mean, she's there for like a mini bit of CC, but if you have the Link to disengage, and if you have Valir to burn the Ruby, what is she going to do? How is she going to get close to the enemy? So I think they also like CC, so maybe picking a bit of heroes that work very well together might be good. I think it was just, the Ruby wasn't great, but they can probably do something in this ban. So yeah, whilst I do that, I'll just sort out the admin, and then you can just tell me your thoughts on the game.
Yes, as you said, the Ruby unfortunately was not as effective as I think Aqua Diaz were hoping for. You have to wonder if things might have turned out differently if they had decided to go with the Esmeralda pick, maybe instead of the Uranus. Also, you have to give credit towards the side of Enigma 9. Even though the Ruby wasn't necessarily a good pick, but they managed to play it well because Chami was getting a lot of good ults. He did pull a lot of heroes at the same time into what I'd call the win condition, as he was bringing them closer to his team. So the Ruby wasn't as effective as I think other heroes could have been, but he was getting some of the plays. But shout outs to shout outs to Heaven, because the hard guard came in clutch most, if not all the time, during their team fights or during their altercations. So it did turn the tide of the game, or turn the tide of the fight. So the Angela was a good pick as well. And as you've mentioned, Khan was very good on the Ling, using the templates of blades very well, engaging on the team, especially diving into their back line, as the Clint is very vulnerable to that, and the Clint being their only consistent damage dealer, as I think the Lancelot was also going for a bit of tank items there. So yeah, it's wonderful play from Khan, wonderful play from Heaven on the rest of Enigma. Now, before we sorry. Yes. Okay. As we've entered into the second match of this series, it'll be interesting to see what bans the side of Aquadius goes with. Will they decide to ban out the Ling? Will they keep the same bans but change a few of their drafts? So it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
I might not be a
Your
lighted man,
team
but I
is
do know
banning.
my traits.
Yeah, so another thing is in this
Gaze
game around,
upon the
Your
Marshall,
team
edge of the
is
void.
banning.
Granger, Aldos, and Joy will not be allowed to be picked from both teams. So that's just what needs to be done in this game around. So yeah, just to let you guys know, so they did opt for a 5-ban lobby, which means that you ban 2 heroes in the lobby and then you ban three heroes in the game. So it does leave a bit of room for them to do something, but I like how they're banning the Angela there. I'm just not so sure about the Barat's ban pick. I mean the Barat's ban. But I mean they could have still picked Valir. They have a bit more control over the map here. But I do like the
Rise
SP pick.
beyond greatness.
But so many other heroes
And
open,
reignite
but
the
Marcus
star.
is not open. Because that was banned by the side of Enigma 9.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some
Oh,
noise.
Montes is also not open. So yes, on the side of Aquadius, they decide to go with Dragon Boy as their first pick, but it seems as though Nemesis Prime will be back here on the CC, whereas Heaven will decide to go with the Florin. What do you think about these two, or rather 3 picks so far?
I like the CC, but I also like the Curry, but because it prevents a lot of the sort of tanky. I mean, they can still pick it, but then the Curry was a problem for them to deal with in the last game. So them picking it on their side, I think they should still go with the Farmers. The Farmers were pretty good.
The falling
Super
stars brought
yeah.
us here.
So far stayed in the last game. We don't really see Connie circling down the minnow here, but they already have Aroma, so I don't think he's gonna pick it. I think he's just trying not to show what he's gonna pick. If they do pick it, yeah, they're gonna go for the sword in the marksman row.
Yes, it is going to be a Terry versus Claude in the gold lane. So very, very, very strong heroes in the late game, as you see, or as we know, Kerry does scale well in the late game, especially since he's going to be going with a very tank-oriented build. So it'll be interesting to see how this picks go. But to the other side of Aquadius, they decide to ban the Balmond, trying to take it away from Khan. And Enigma 9 decides to respond by banning the Kufra. Maybe they want to go for a dash dependent jungler, and the Kufra can be a bit of trouble for that. So what do you think about this Kufra ban? What do you think is Enigma 9's idea with the Kufra ban?
Fanny, I think they're gonna go Fanny in the last pick, but we have to see what they go for. I do like Jinx playing a bit of Selena. Again, we never get to see Selena anyway, but so I'm glad we get to see Selena game right now. They can't really pick a Diggy for that minute right now, but I think Khan is planning on going for the Fanny. Yeah, there's the Fanny coming along. Because Kufra would have been a problem for him there. There we go. So, pretty interesting draft. We have to see how it goes for both teams. Rika is still on the Ling, not Ling rather, the Lance rather. So he didn't do too terrible in the game. So he could still work if he goes semi tank like he was playing in the last game. You also have like carry to allow for him to go that sort of semi tank build. I mean, look, they have the carry, but then the enemy has Claude. I mean, he can also still use a bit of vengeance when Kerry is attacking him. It's going to be a problem if Kerry picks up something like Blade Armor. So definitely good drafts from both teams right now. In terms of who I favor right now, I'm going to go with Enigma purely on the basis of them having a Selena. Honestly, I like to see a Selena game. But in terms of draft, purely, I think Aqua Diaz is a pretty strong, front laner in this time around. I like having them having a Minnow instead of rather a Ruby or something like that. So I like the draft that Aqua Diaz has gone in the second game. But I'm gonna go with Selena team because I like Selena.
Yes, but the one thing I also like to mention, we haven't really seen these, tanky types of front laners do well, especially when these two teams are involved. Maybe a utility type of Roma has been the one that's been preferred. But yeah, we are underway as Rika decides to start with the red buff. I thought maybe Aqua Diaz would have had a bit of an engage on the blue just to try to limit Khan's influence in the game, but they decided not to. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes as Khan does decide to head towards this red buff, and he is becoming a bit of a nuisance for Rika as a lot of his HP has been taken down, and it seems as though Enigma are heading their way or to the Lethal Wanderer, and Khan does secure that. So yeah, what do you think about this rotation so far?
I mean, Fanny is not. Oh, I like that in Drake coming in from the Selena there, managing to force the Minnow to go straight to base. I like the Fanny though. Fanny is a pretty good hero to have. A Flicker was used by Minnow, so very important resource to use. But in the XP lane, we get to see a CC. I never get to see Nemesis play CC, so pretty exciting tournament to be seeing such heroes being played.
Yes, and we are seeing a 2-man camp here at the bot lane. I think they're trying to prioritize Cahill just to make sure that they help out Attacker as well, as I think he was having a bit of a hard time. Same thing in top lane, Nemesis is having a hard time against the Dragon Boy or Soy, but he was also having a hard time last game, and we've seen how he was able to turn that around. So it'll be interesting, or it is something to look out for. But Rika is here on the total, and it looks as though Enigma decides not to contest, he does leave the blue buff to go to the total. So it'll be interesting to see there. But the flooring gets taken down. The flooring does get taken down, and the Fanny does manage to get the red tree on the turtle, also leaving.
Sorry, a pause has been requested. Apologies for disturbing you. A pause has been requested by the side of Aqua Diaz. So I'm going to unpause as soon as 2 minutes is up. But yeah, I think nothing super special was happening right now. So yeah, a pause was requested by the side of Aqua Diaz. Yeah, so in the meantime, they're indicating that Sox is lagging. Sox is the XP laner for, he's the XP laner.
Soy or Sox?
Sox rather.
Oh, the mid lane.
Nah, the XP laner. Sox is the mid laner. Sox actually used to play XP. That's why I'm confusing it. But yeah, Sox, the mid laner, is lagging.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna give them 2 minutes. Yeah, to just settle the stuff. But so far, I mean, the total has gone to the side of Aqua Diaz. The early game is going definitely in the side of. They're asking for me to unpause, so I'm gonna unpause right now unless they requested. But yeah, I think everything has been sorted, and yeah, let's just get right back into action. Up to you, Irie.
As well, back into the action. To clarify, I do think the total went to the side of Enigma as Khan came in clutch with the red tree. We are seeing a bit of a skirmish here at top, and also a setup here at gold lane. So these two lanes are something to keep look out for. But Cahill is forced to use the vengeance as the Selena, Claude, and the Florin were about to engage him. Unfortunately, that could not pan out. But at top lane, Soy does get the kill on Nemesis Prime. I think that was a solo kill as Fanny does engage Soy and get the kill. In the meantime, Carry gets taken out at bot lane. So there seems to be a lot of action on both lanes. Both the XP and the marksman to the side of Aquadius does get taken down. So that is wonderful coordination by Enigma to get the kills. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, Fanny isn't known to be involved in a lot of team fights. He's very good in pickups, so I guess the side laners would have to be careful. But at least for them, they have the carry and the Yuzong, so those are not heroes to just instantly burst. So right now, I think Aquadiers are in a decent position to do something here because Fanny again won't be involved in a lot of team fights, but they also won't be able to get bursted down in the side lane. So it's all about how they control the early game and mid game here, so they can certainly late game they'll be able to do a lot more. But early game is very important, making them they don't get Enigma 9 a bit more fit.
Yes, and we are seeing a bit of a skirmish here on the bot lane as the carry does decide to engage on the Claude, but the Claude does disengage. And on top, we are seeing Nemesis Prime and Soy also in a bit of a skirmish, and they're very low, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out as the victor. But Nemesis Prime, I thought he was going to recall, but it seems that that's not the case. We're also preview to a turtle fight here as Chami does occupy himself in that bush, ready to engage, but Jinx manages to give the team vision also out him. But Fanny does use the ult onto the Sox and also gets the kill. I think Fanny got the kill in that instance, so it's an advantage towards Enigma 9 as Kemi also does get taken down by the team, and Jinx as well is also in a bad position but manages to escape, and Rika seems to engage but unfortunately couldn't get the Phantom Execution off and does get killed off as well as the Soy. I think he didn't have the Black Dragon form, maybe used it as an engage, but Khan does get the kill on him, and it looks like this is going to be a free throw towards the side of Enigma. That was an interesting play, or rather interesting. That was an interesting play by Aquadiz. What do you make of it?
I think Selena is Selena. I like Selena. Selena's managing to snap out the Novaria, so Novaria's not able to have the fun game. Definitely, I think the late game is a much more better battlefield for Aquadiz in this instance. But I think they need to just figure out how they can. How can they work together? Look at the carry is able to survive, but they have the floor in there. I think they need to have a bit of more anti-heal. They have anti-heal already, so they will be able to negate some of that heal coming in from the Florence. Florence is tremendous.
And we have seen an Astral Echo by the side of Sox, and the Jinx. Jinx does take out Cammy. Goes to show the Selena damage, and as we were mentioning, it's turning out to be a very good pick. And also in the top lane, Soy does take out Nemesis Prime, although Korn tried to help. Unfortunately for them, the Dragon Boy does get the kill. Also seeing here in the mid lane close to the buff, Jinx as well as Heaven decide to re-engage on Rika and get him low. It's interesting to see how this Selena is played, and it's turning out to be a very good asset for Enigma, and it seems as though Aquadius cannot handle the Selena. So it was a very good pick by him. What do you think about Enigma's play here? You know, they had an advantage and they're not really pressing it as much.
I think they also not underestimating the amount of the potential that Aquadius have in this instance. Just that right now Aquadius don't really have the rhythm yet. It is possible to pick it up, but the Fanny usually just comes in, waits for the circle to get low, and goes in straight for the retribution, goes in and out. and tries to get that damage. Look at the Minnow. The Minnow manages to catch the family, but the family might die. There we go. That's exactly what they needed.
Yes, and Tucker does use the Blazing Duet to zone out Rika and is very low here, but the Fanny has been taken down. So also the Black Dragon form is used here by Soy to engage, but he's taken very low, and I think this is going to be a kill for a Nemesis, or rather finishing what his team had already created. And the turtle is not taken, and it evolves to a Lord. And Enigma 9 decides to take down the mid torrent as the carry focuses the bot torrent. So it is a torrent for torrent, but as we know, the mid torrent is extremely important because it opens up a lot of the map. What do you think about the team's position so far, as with the torrent being taken down?
They actually, this is one of the games where there's only one carry taken from the side of Enigma 9, and not very much action happening around the map. I think slow game from both teams. Looks like a 2v1 in top lane actually. Fanny has gone down. They still have the Lancelot, which means you can go for the Lord.
Roy with the snipe onto Khan. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
That was I didn't actually think it would hit. But we're seeing a bit of an engage here with Soy being stunned by Jinx and also taken down. But Nemesis Prime also chipping away damage on the Cammy. It'll be interesting if he manages to get the kill, and he does. And in the meantime, the Lancelot engages on the back line of Enigma 9, but does get punished for his over aggression. The Lancelot pick here, it's starting to seem like it was a very bad pick. What do you think about how Rika has been using this Lancelot here?
I wouldn't say it's the pick itself. I just think it doesn't have damage. It's going for the tanky Lancelot here. So you won't be seeing a lot of person. The main thing you can have for him is probably getting those Lord fights, is that he isn't giving the chance for the Fanny, The Fanny is constantly moving in and out of team fights, so it's very, very difficult for the Lancelot to become useful. I think it was a decent pick, but I think that those target banning, I think it was probably third most comfortable hero, and then that's why I picked it up. But right now, it's not going good for them. I think, they don't have anyone to burst down, and the Minnow is there, but it just has a draft of Enigma 9 has so many people, except for maybe the Florin. Everyone else has the ability to get out of Minnow's life, and that's a very difficult position for them to be in.
Yes, but the Florin does have the Purify as well, so it seems as though everyone in that team has the potential to do so. But the Vidar does use his ultimate here, and also the Minoran Fury is used by Cammy. But unfortunately, nobody's taken. Tucker does use the Blazing Duet to finish off Cammy. But Soy does manage to punish Nemesis Prime here. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. And I think this mainly benefits the side of Aquadiz, but Rika is taken down here thanks to Heaven and Jinx, especially Jinx, popping off here with the Selena, especially now that the Lord is up. It'll be interesting to see what Enigma decides to do with the advantage, and there's a lot of damage being taken by the Soy, but Aquadiz manages to find a play and takes down Taka. I think this was his first kill. That goes to show how dominant, or how he's been using this slot, playing safe but still managing to get the kill. And Khan here does engage on Cahill, and Cahill is extremely low, but it seems as though Fanny does not have the mana to engage or finish off, so he decides to disengage. So despite there being a heavy skirmish there, it seems as though there is no death towards any of the sides, and Selena here is still very useful as a zoning tool towards the side of Enigma. And the Chami does get taken out here. I didn't. How did that happen?
How did Minnow die? I mean, he was in a terrible position, and he used all of his resources. I'm not so sure Aquatics have their thing sorted. Yeah, we also saw PSR being used in the turret by the Selena. I mean, by the Novaria. Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit difficult for them to be in this, right now, but they can still do something. It's just that it's looking very, very grim. I mean, nearly a 9,000 gold leader.
Yes, and we're seeing Nemesis Prime deciding to engage on the side of Aquadius, but the Heavy Dragon is used as it is used to punish him, and unfortunately, the bloom from heaven could not save him. In the meantime, there is a bit of a skirmish also, as Khan does take out, if I'm not mistaken, Socks. He did take down Socks, so that gives an advantage towards Enigma 9 as they decide to take the Lord here, and it will be the enhanced Lord. So it'll be interesting to see how it'll be interesting to see how Aquadius decides to, or how they will defend this. Yes, so what do you think about that last play there? Especially with Nemesis being taken down as well as Soy.
Yeah, it looks a bit like Aquadis is a bit confused on the map, but I think maybe as the game progresses, they might be able to do something. I just think right now they're getting out-rotated by the side of Enigma 9, purely on the basis that they have very good players to make sense, but just that they're unable to make it work, man. Something you think needs to be fixed there. Right now, it looks like it just sticks to the backline is where the code is. So they really never respond. They don't really have blade armor, they don't have any peak. You know, those are very important items to be dealing with the Claude and Fanny. I mean, I do have that team of food for Selena, I guess, but then I think he could have been more useful because there's a lot more physical damage dealers. But I think it wasn't so good to be getting deleted by Selena.
Yes, and we're seeing a Phantom Execution being used here by Rika, but the Bloom negating the damage as the Fanny goes into the back line while the Claude and the rest of the team decides to focus on the base, securing the win for Enigma 9. That is 2-0 for Enigma, and it will result in Aquadius going into the lower bracket. That was a that was a very wonderful play from Conde. What do you think about the game so far? Or what do you think about the game since it ended?
I think maybe if Aquadius can work on their draft, they still have a game later in the night. I think they can work on their draft a bit. I think in this instance, the issue was the 5 bans. I mean, they opted for it, but it also put them at a disadvantage because it limited the amount of heroes they can play. Maybe they can solve a bit of issues with their roam pick specifically. They should be fine. I just think they had good heroes. They had a good idea in mind. I just think specifically responding to what... I mean, in this instance, I wouldn't say Enigma 9 played something so fancy. They played Florin and Angela. Not terrible heroes. It's just something that, it works well with the team. But I think some of the heroes for Enigma 9 and for Aquadius 1 exactly as good in this for the type of thing they were going for. I mean, you have the Minnow that's very good against stagnant heroes, but when you have heroes like CC, when you have heroes like Fanny, when you have heroes like Selena, I mean, Selena and Claude, I think, were showed pretty early. So yeah, it's a pretty difficult position for them to be in, but they're not out yet. But again, MVP for Selena on Jinx, and we always like to see Selena. I like to see Selena, but not in my games, okay, guys? Just to clarify, I like Selena as a hero. I don't like seeing it on my team. It never works out very well. Anyway, yeah, let's just see next team that are going to be playing though. We'll be seeing Wasted Potential versus Equilibrium. With the winners of that game, they'll be playing later tonight against Aquadius in their hopefully redemption game.
And to clarify on what Void has mentioned, Enigma does this result does take them to the final. So this is their last game for the day, but they will participate tomorrow in the final. The final match, which will be determined by the 3 lower bracket remaining matches. So it's you will still get to see the side of Enigma. It's just this is where they I'm sorry, I'm still taken. I'm still shell shocked by that match. But yeah, so they do manage to reach the final, and as the side of Aquadirs, they will get another chance to win, as they will have to go up against um, whoever reaches the lower bracket final as well. So we're still going to see Soy and Cahill and Chami and the rest of the squad later on the day. But now we have to prepare
As the teams gear up here, we'll have a very exciting game. Another lower bracket game. Two very exciting games. We saw Wasted Potentials in the very, very long game yesterday. I think three of our longest games in the tournament were involving Wasted Potentials. But they'll be facing this time around. They'll be facing a team that's been playing pretty decent in the lower brackets. They lost to Enigma themselves here, so we'll have to see how they do in the upcoming games against Equilibrium in this tournament. So Equilibrium versus Wasted Potential in this upcoming match.
Yes, that will be a very interesting match to see. And if I'm not mistaken, the loser of that match will be out of the tournament. So it is something to look out for. In the meantime, I'd also like to remind the viewers, please make sure you like the video, show your support. Make sure you you comment as well to show us which team you're rooting for, which team do you think is going to make it to the final against Enigma 9. So share that with us as well. Also tell us which player is your favorite. You've seen a lot of different players with a lot of different play styles. So tell us which player resonates with you the most. So yes, this is, if I'm not mistaken, the lower bracket semi-final. So
Yeah,
yes, it
I'm
is
back
the
in a bit.
lower
I just
semi-final.
keep them
Yes.
entertained.
Yes, as I was saying, this is the lower bracket semi-final. So the winner of this round of series will go up against Aquadirs. Or is there? Yeah, I think the winner of this match will go up against Aquadirs. So yeah, stay tuned. Show your support, and yeah. Also like to remind the viewers as well that there are prizes to be won in every stream, so just make sure you you subscribe, also comment your in-game numbers so we know that you're active. So yes, Doof, are you there? It seems as though the big man is not here at the moment, but yes, we're gearing up for a very interesting match as we see Juju, Robin, Jay, and Logia as well. A very strong lineup that they're deciding to go with here. It'll be interesting to see if the opponents decide to go with the regular starters, or they'll decide to shake things up and bring up a secret weapon, as we saw with Wasted Potential bringing on the Cho, and him doing very well. So it'll be interesting as well to see how he plays and how the team plays, and if he will play as well, or if Waylander will play Berlin. So all good players. It'll be interesting to see how or what they do, or if they'll keep to their mains, or how they handle the draft phase. I'd also like to implore the viewers to just give us a few moments as we sort out the admins for the match. It should be on your screens within the next 5 to 7 minutes. So please bear with us as we are gearing up for that match. Ruby. Okay. I think this will be if I'm not mistaken, the first match that Ruby participates. So it seems as though Enigma decides to make a sub here with Ruby. It'll be interesting. I personally don't know the players. It'll be interesting to see which role he goes, or what is he, a tank, a marksman. Oh, it'll be interesting to see which role he goes towards. As we know, the side of Enigma, they are very adaptive. So it'll be interesting. What position does Ruby play anyway?
Ruby sometimes play marksman. That seems what it's going to be going. Yeah, I think Agnologius Madness is going to stay on the XP. He's going to be going in the marksman role. I've seen him play quite a bit of Clint, quite a bit of Leslie. So I think he's going to be going in the marksman role.
Okay. Could we be in the tree do you think we would see a Leslie here? Because we haven't really seen her a lot in the gold lane. Did somebody play a Leslie during the tournament?
I think we haven't really seen it. It's a bit difficult. We might be seeing another substitution from the side of Equilibrium here. I think they might bring in Moba Chad, but we're not sure yet. But right now we are waiting for Wasted Potential.
Yes, I think they're still logging in, but they still have a few, or rather a decent amount of time for them to set up their squad. So it'll be interesting as well to know if this is a 3 or 5 ban. Have they indicated which they prefer?
Sorry?
Have they indicated which type of match they prefer, 3 bans or 5?
I would have to wait for Wasted Potential. Let me just see. To indicate that. I think Wasted Potential are online. I think they're either discussing some strategy here, but I think they'll be here by our first. They're all online. I think they're in the lobby doing some in last game strategy or something. So let's just see what happens.
Yes. Also, because of the structure of the matches or how these matches have gone so far, I forget that we're a bit ahead of schedule. So
Certainly, but then we're gonna have one more match after this, and we're gonna take a little nice early rest. But then tomorrow we're gonna be full sweep, for the grand finals.
yes. So this is the second last match, right, or second last series of the night.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they has Wasted Potential. I think they knew we're just doing some last minute organizing. So definitely, that means that we're up for something exciting here. So let's see what sort of things they were cooking in the lobby. Right now, I think everyone from the caster side is here. We're just waiting for a few more members of Wasted Potentials. But they certainly showed a lot of potential yesterday. But so what I would like to see today is a very close, exciting game. Both teams have brought up their main lineup, so let's just see how that goes. We see Ruby the Sleaze debuting here in the gold lane, so we still haven't seen a few more members of both teams. We see that Tide is back. Last time we saw Tide was in the very, very, very first game, so maybe they're taking this game a bit more serious. Let's see how that goes. Maybe they're going to be Bomboclat is here again. Yeah, Cho, and then Boba Chad won't be playing for them, rather. He is here as a replacement for, I'm assuming he's going to be acknowledged here. Yeah, he's going to be taking a break on the XP, and he'll be replaced by Boba Chad. The player we are missing here on the side of Wasted Potential is most probably going to be another gold laner. So we're going to see, I think they played each other at some point. The Cho, no, I'm not so sure. The Cho will be playing for Wasted Potential, and the Boba Chad will be playing for Equilibrium in the XP. Let's just see how both teams deal with these new players on their side. But yeah, I like what's going on here.
Yes, I also got. I think somebody mentioned in the comment section to the last video that the gold laner, his name is Darkside or Darksider.
Yes, that's what you must call him.
Yes, so finally I've solved the mystery. The mystery that's been plaguing me throughout the whole tournament. But yes, as you've mentioned, there seems to be making 2 subs, and Logia won't be in the EXP as Moba Chad does take his place. Do you know who Moba Chad usually plays? Or the type of hero he mains? Maybe we're in treat for a different type of EXP matchup. What do you think about Moba Chad as a player?
I think I'm gonna sort out a bit of my admin quickly. I'm just sorting out that, but I think he's a good addition to the team. He plays quite a bit of Terizla, quite a bit of Yeah, I played quite a bit of Terizla. So let's just see what he does. Um, let's right now there was a request for a 5 ban, but unfortunately that was denied by the Equilibrium, so they're not interested in the 5 man ban system. So we will continue. So the 5 ban was requested by Wasted Potential, but Juju Panics what Juju what I call it Juju Panics. Mobile Juju's side rather has opted not to have that, so we're gonna skip with the 3 bans.
Yes, so it is a 3 ban for the game. It'll be interesting to see who they ban out. Will they ban out the Cho? Will they ban out the Barat as well? Just to keep it away from Waylander. I think he did play it once or twice during the tournament. So it'll be interesting to see which strategies these two teams go with. Also, the drafting phase, it's something to pay attention to because it often determines who will win the game. So um, I'm interested to see which, or rather who, wins the draft phase. Who do you think is more likely to?
What I'm gonna say right now, I'm gonna say Wasted Potential, purely on the basis of that I like a bit of an underdog story. And then yeah, so let's see how that goes. I'm saying Wasted Potential because I haven't really seen what they've been cooking, and then they played a pretty decent game yesterday. So let's just see how they utilize the draft. They have 2 people. They have the Cho in the XP, and they have the dark side in the gold lane. So they have first pick, first ban, and we saw that when they go damage, they do quite a bit better than usually when they go a tanky sort of drop. So let's just see how that goes. And we see that they're sticking to their lineup apart from Tired, who is coming in place of Wolf Candy, who played mid lane yesterday. So let's just see how that goes.
Yes, and we are seeing the CC, or rather, we are seeing CC being banned from the side of Wasted Potential. Maybe they have a bit of information on the MOBA chat, but in Equilibrium decides to respond with the Cho ban, respecting Cho, maybe making a plan for him to go on the Lapu and trying to, counter that. But we are also seeing a Noland ban from the side of Equilibrium. Maybe a respect towards Waylander, but in response, he does choose the Martyrs. What do you think about Equilibrium leaving the Martyrs open?
They left it open, but there's plenty of other heroes you can pick as a response to that, which is the Firemas, obviously. It seems that they were circling down the middle, so I would definitely lock down the Diggy, even if they don't pick it. I think Diggy and maybe Valentina would be good for them. I'm not so sure about the Angela, but Diggy and Valentina would have been good here. They can still get a field, but I see the type of drop they're going. They're going actually for an Angela mid lane and a Matilda roam. So that would be interesting. I think we did see a Matilda being used, but that was on the side of an even minor content by Circuit. But this is definitely going to be an interesting time. First time in this tournament, we'll be seeing an Angela and Matilda combo. I mean, they did nerf the
I've been
mid
waiting
lane
for
sort
too
of
long.
clearance of Angela, so she's not as great, but she's not unplayable. It is still doable. She just takes a bit of time to clear that mid lane.
Pain.
Yes, I do wonder though, since the Matilda hasn't really been a pick or ban throughout the whole tournament, would they have done better to choose the carry first or to prioritize the carry? As Equilibrium has taken it out, so it's um, I do think they respect the carry ban, especially with the 2 tanks they have in the team, and carry at the moment being strong. So it is something I'm contemplating on whether I've wasted the potential of a good hero here. So yeah, what do you think about the Terizla? What do you think about the Terizla in the EXP?
I mean, I was expecting the Terizla from Mobachai. That is one of his main heroes in that role. The both of them actually play Cho, so I was expecting that. But I'm also a big fan of seeing the Dirot being picked up here and the Melissa, because I mean, Bernard can't really get close to them, but neither can Terizla get close to her. So those 2 large picks are very very good from the side of uh for the side of Wasted Potential. I think they drafted well, but the only hero I'm uncertain about is definitely the Kimi here. We haven't really seen it a lot. I mean, she did get a buff, but in terms of gold lane 1v1 stuff, she usually does not win. I mean, but in the late game, should be fun in the late game, you know. I think that's what they're going for here. But I mean, there's certainly better heroes you can pick against the Melissa. But again, it's always up to the player and how they play the hero. But so far, I think both teams have good drafts. I would have loved to see a Diggy, but an Angela also works. They will be trying to work around the Martyrs and the Dirot in this instance. Let's just see how both teams do the map. So yeah, which draft are you leaning towards here, Ara?
I'm leaning towards the Matilda Airways draft. As you said, the Derrida is a very good pick, as well as the Melissa. With this alt go away, I do think it will be a nuisance for the Terizla, Barads, and the Minotaur to dive onto the Melissa with that alt. Also, the Martyrs here, we have seen that it's a very strong hero, especially if it's used to its full capacity. But they do have the Faramis as well, so it'll be interesting to see the types of engages they have. But yeah, I'm leaning towards wasted potential. What about you?
Yeah, certainly the same thing too. Also, I mean, the Dirot is a tank marker. That's sort of his thing, yeah. I mean, also a fun thing is that he does have Superman. I'm not so sure if you noticed that it was picked up on his side. Right now, he's going to go straight to his XP lane. It's going to be a nice little 1v1. I think both teams will try to play slow in the early game. Melissa, I'm sure is going to be busy winning his lane. It's all about who can take the map. Juju is back on that hero that is so comfortable with, which is the farmers, which means that they're taking this game a bit more seriously. But we do see that the dark side, who usually plays marksman, is actually going roam this time around. I think last time around they were having a bit of issues around the roam role. Once I'll show about I think at some point they picked up Bruno into a vengeance. So I think they maybe might pick going for a different type of complex. The first time we're definitely going to be seeing Tired back on that gold lane.
Yes, and we are seeing a bit of mid lane aggressiveness from Robin and Juju, or rather a bit of mid lane dominance from them, as they also helped Jay also take down the Little Wanderer. So as we've seen, both teams rotate towards the bot lane. It seems as though we're in line for a bit of a skirmish here, and Darkseid is in a very bad position, and we're seeing Jay use the Denominator's welcome, if I'm not mistaken, but the Angela does come in clutch, but Waylander is in a very bad position and gets taken down by Ruby, as you mentioned, on the gold lane. But the aggressiveness has not subsided, as they do decide to engage on Tired and get the kill. But the Bomberman responds, or rather replies, with a kill onto Robin. So that is a 3-for-1 altercation here on the gold lane, as both teams make their way towards the turtle.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now what Wasted Potential needs to do is to slow the game down. I mean, Martin is a very early game hero. It's just that it's not so good in being early game aggressive against that barrage there. You can't exactly just knock down the people. I think if they have the Dirot down in the mid lane side, and in the team fight, they're just doing right now. It's trying to get straight to the back line and trying to be more involved in these team fights. Dirot has a very good ult, but unfortunately the retribution goes straight to no one, because the Lord went straight to the farmers, who ends up getting that pressure for his side. So increasing that gold lead for his team. Unfortunately, it seems like Melissa is busy losing. I actually was under the impression that he was going to be busy winning his lane, mostly because he got a slight buff. Kimmy isn't the most meta marksman right now, but she does do well in some instances, especially when she receives a lot of attention like she just did now.
Kimmy is a very good hitter, but also the Melissa does need a few items against certain marksmen to really pop off. It is a very strong hero, but we are seeing a bit of a 3-man invade here on the top lane, especially considering they have the Netherrealm as well as a safety measure. But we are seeing the Hard Guard also being used towards the Cho as the penalty zone, as well as being used, and Robin does get the kill, and the penalty zone seems to have not been enough. But the side, we are seeing a bit of Bomberman trying to create a bit of collateral, or rather control damage, as they call it. But it seems as though these players are going to be aggressive here on the top lane, as the Torrent is looking likely to be taken down. And yes, that looks likely, and it is the first Torrent of the game being taken down. So that's wonderful rotation from from this team. Also a 1v1 takedown of the Melissa in bot lane, and Ruby is very low as well. So it goes to show that Ruby dominates as well. But we're seeing an invade here onto the onto the blue buff. Also a lot of ults being used and Waylander also being taken down. So that's a lot of advantages being there's a lot of advantages that the side sorry, my phone is jammed at the moment, so Nigel, can you
You know what? Yes. So basically, right now, what we need to see from Wasted Potential is a lot more focus on the gold lane. They really haven't ganked the gold lane as much. Martin is a good hero, but when he's as good as your early game, and right now the early game hasn't been the best for Waylander. He hasn't been able to farm. He hasn't been able to basically be involved in a lot of those team fights. Even when the enemy is low, he doesn't have BOD. He doesn't have he doesn't even have boots at the moment. I think he's looking to be going Hunter Strike or even an anti-hero item. But right now, at the moment, as it looks, it doesn't look like a good game for Waylander, but they can still turn this around. You saw yesterday their early game is not the best, but they do have a decent grasp of the game as the game progresses, right? And after a bit of time, they might be able to get more items and try to contest with neutral objectives. But so far as it stands, it seems that Equilibrium is in full control of the game, setting up their match against Aquadius down the line. But today, it seems like Equilibrium is still playing that slow and they're moving as a unit, Um, right now, you can see that Wasted Potentials have a good sort of, they're a good plan in mind, but they haven't been able to execute it. I can see what they were pushing with the Angela Mid in Matilda, but just now they lack the damage that the mid laner usually gives to the team, Angela can go, damage items. It looks like she's going anti-hero. Anti-hero is not a horrible item again. Matrix of Dreams is not a horrible item, but they're lacking that damage comes from having, let's say, on the side of this. Anyway, if it seems like I want to like your farmer passes is out straight to the background is for us. Trying to get up here. Melissa has this also. So Matilda going into the background. Of course, we're not going to run. Matilda going in. Farmer has going straight to the damage. He'll be able to do the damage. Derek is still alive here. They're trying. They're stuck. There is nothing to go out here, but unfortunately, no one is there to capitalize. And it looks like it's going to set up for the next Lord here. No, I think they might just leave it for the next Lord, like they did in the previous game. It looks like to be another quick game here, but if Wasted Potential can pull out something here, they might be able to salvage this game. Unfortunately, as it goes right now, the game is in full Equilibrium's favor right now. They are in full control. Waylander has picked up the anti-heal item in Sea Halberd, but unfortunately, it might be a bit too late because usually you want to go for the BOD. You want to go for a lot of damage coming in from the side of that Martis, But he might be able to pick up a bit of penetration, but so far, it's not going on in his favor. He's going to go try and get his first turret of his team right now. He has managed to get that 50 lane turret right now. I mean, the gold lane turret rather. So the very first turret of the team game right now has gone to Wasted Potential, who have managed to not equalize it, but they've managed to do something. Right now, there is a gank coming in here, but Angela is trying to do to out and use the half guard here. But right now, as it stands, I feel like they're better behind for Marcus to mount anyone. So what they need right now is for Wasted Potential is for Equilibrium to make a mistake as that, but unfortunately, just so tricky. It's Kimmy with the constant damage. I think it's Kimmy just showing the haters like me. Like Kimmy can work in golden, but unfortunately, right now, it's not a good game for Wasted Potential. They are going to try to equalize. They're going top lane. They're going to try to push down the top lane turret here in the XP. I think Zeros is going to do something. Yes, he's going to take the second turret of his team. So now 6 turrets to 1, 6 turrets to 2 rather. But Equilibrium looks to be going for the next turret right now. So right now, they are in full control. The Minnow is doing his thing. Everyone is doing their part to make sure that their team wins right now. But I wouldn't count Equilibrium next season. I think that Wasted Potential out that they still are good. The problem right now is the mid lane / Roma duo. If you have to choose between Angela and Matilda in the mid lane, or if you have to choose between the farmers and the Minnow in the mid lane, what would you guys pick here? Let me know. What would you pick? Personally, I'd go for the Minnow for the set potential, and I'll go for the set potential and go for the heel that Mino brings to the team. But anyways, let's just see how the team goes. Right now, yeah, Martis is there trying his thing, trying to make his fits for the team. I mean, he's the only one that can realistically make it fit. They have the Matilda, but Matilda is mostly good for engaging. This draft would have worked so well against the Squishy lineup. Could have worked if they went for Nolan or something. And then late game they'll be able to just mouth them around. But yeah, let's just see. Straight to the back line is where they have gone. Farmers right now has used also can give him opportunity so much to do something here. So many members are low on the side of wasted potential. Straight to the back line again. The turret has been locked. Unstoppable coming in from overcap. They're pushing straight to the turret. They might be able to win the game. 3-2 well played. Equilibrium taking the first game of the day. And we'll be moving on to the second game where it is match point and they have another game in mind. So hopefully wasted potential can pull out something right now. But so far what's going on is Equilibrium are definitely not wasting their potential, taking their game full stride. So Angela is a good hero, just not in this kind of sort of lineup, and he was struggling a bit in the clearing of the mid lane, and they had that Farmers, and they simply didn't have a response to that Farmers. I would respond to that Farmers with maybe a Valentina and a Diggy. I feel like they would have done much better with that combo, but unfortunately they didn't have enough time to snowball and basically get their things in order. Martis is a hero that's very, very reliant on that early game, but unfortunately in this game they weren't able to do that. But they still have a chance to do that right now in this game. They only had one kill, but they never know what happens in the next game. So right now, we're gonna move on to game 2 of the evening.
Yes, that was a masterfully managed game by the side of Equilibrium. They understood their power spikes. They understood when their heroes are at their best, and they took full advantage of it as they dominated that early game, which led to the snowball as well as the wins. So congratulations to them, and that is match point to them. It'll be interesting to see how Wasted Potential decides to respawn. Will they make a sub like last time, or will they choose to remain with the same lineup but make minor changes here and there? And it seems as though they'll keep the same lineup. Maybe they saw something that they wish to implement this time around, so they'll be hoping to get a reverse comeback. But for the side of Equilibrium, they did well in that first game and have set themselves well and truly here to reach that lower bracket final.
Definitely. So right now we're waiting for Robin the One. He usually resets his phone every single time. So let's see. Well, yeah, apparently his game crashes every time, but like better he crashes before the game than actually in the actual game. I would like to ask Robin. I mean, Robin has esports experience. You know that, Ira? He's played in ISF.
Really? For
Yeah,
which team?
Yeah, he played for Namibia in ISF. ISF is the one with international teams. Yeah, he played for that one. Yeah, he played for Namibia in that tournament in Romania. So that was pretty exciting. They didn't stream the games. I was very, peeved about that. But he still got to play esports through esports experience along with Con. Con also played for his team in esports tournament. But yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, so we do have a few players here with international experience. I think that kind of goes to explain, how good he was in the previous game. So that's a very interesting thing to know. How did he do in the ESL tournament?
He went there. That's what matters. Okay, he got there on the stage. That's what matters. No, unfortunately, his team didn't win the group stages games. But in order to get there, they needed to beat other teams in Namibia. So they were number 1 in Namibia. So that's props to them.
Yes. That's props to them, and we'll gladly give them the participation award. But the question still has to be raised on whether they'll make it to the final of this tournament and will take away the win. It seems as though most of the players are ready, and we will be starting in a few. In the meantime, I'd like to remind the viewers to like, subscribe, hit the notification button, make sure you support the channel. Also, there are rewards to be won in the stream. All streams we do have minor or very small giveaways, so there is something you can take away from this. not only entertainment. So yeah, please make sure you engage as well.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for.
Um,
Okay, I think I'm gonna take that as a ready. Anyways, we're gonna go straight into the next one.
Your team
Yeah, nice to see that they're going for the same sort of draft in this game up. Banning the Cho, man. What I do like about Equilibrium's draft today is in both games is that they banned both Lilia and Cho, so they're not specifically just focusing on banning meta heroes. They're actually focusing on banning heroes that people actually play. 'Cause usually you don't see the Cho ban. You don't hardly get to see the Lilia ban either. So I like that they're focusing on targeting specific people rather than just banning whatever's meta.
Yes, and goes to show respect to them for they did do their research, and it's a bit of a respect ban from the Cho. I think they just saw that game where he played his Cho and was very strong on that hero, so maybe they're not trying to go up against that. So
Make some noise.
I think it's kind of it kind of goes to show how good he was in that game for them to respect ban him twice. So that is interesting, but they do decide to go with the Barats again. It'll be interesting to see if they replicate the same draft or will Wasted Potential use this chance to pick up the Faramis as well, who was a very good pick against them. So it's interesting to see how they respond to this.
Yeah, I would like to see. I would also like to see a carry. I mean, I feel like straight up the bat, pick a carry, pick a Lunok. Like they're going for something else. The thing is, if they take these heroes, it gives them an opportunity to also to carry. But we'd have to see how they. I think they're focusing on
Numerology is my
targeting
craft. Diggy is
maybe
my name.
Moba Chad's XP lane. It was a pretty difficult hero to kill in the XP lane, but then he also responded to the Dirath there. But then Gwen is also open, and they have the Diggy to basically make sure that Gwen isn't constantly
I'm
counting. You know?
born with your talent is picking.
Yes, especially with the flicker, the spatial migration and flicker combo has been very useful. But we haven't really seen a lot of teams, really pop off with this pick here. So it's interesting. It's interesting that they went with it. But Wasted Potential seems likely to respond to the Gwen pick here by picking the Faramis. What do you think about the Faramis here?
team is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
I'm sure he thinks the Faramis is a very good pick. It'll be also interesting to see who Wasted Potential banned. I don't think they'll ban the carry. Sorry, I don't think they'll ban the Kimmy. Because they might want to take the Cloud ban is rather interesting here.
I think they maybe should have focused on the Valentina because Farmers being on their side means that Juju can pick up the Valentina. He's number one in South Africa with the Valentina, so that's exactly why they're banning the Layla there. I mean, they can still pick Valentina in the mid lane, yeah, and then make Farmers to go roam. Because, I mean, Florin also works because they can't exactly pick a third hero because of that. Yeah, there's the Valentina I was talking about. They should have banned that Valentina. To allow them to have a lot more potential in their draft, because like if they have the Valentina on their side, that prevented them, because Valentina right now can steal Farmers out, you can steal the X-Borg, and also pick the engage hero with the Terizla, but listen, if they have Valentina on their side, Wasted Potential, they could have used it against the Barats, they could have used it against the Gwen. No, they can do. Yeah, I'm talking about the Diggy Arceus rather. They can also use the Diggy Arceus to escape the Ixia. So many potential from having Valentine on your side, but again, all about whether or not you actually play that hero. But some heroes are just you need to to either you pick or ban. Claude made a bit of sense, but not so much sense.
Yes, because as you've mentioned, Juju is a very good Valentina, and also they don't want to give away the Nether Realm as well as, because they might have the Nether Realm as well as the Time Journey towards the side of Equilibrium. So not banning out the Valentina might be a mistake here. So we'll see if Wasted Potential ruse that decision. What do you think about the Florian pick here?
I think,
I
I mean, the Florin pick worked in the last game. It goes well with maybe the X-Borg, gives him a bit of health. But maybe, yeah, it's a bit. They couldn't exactly pick a set hero. That's the issue. They couldn't pick because they'd already shown the Diggy pretty early on. But then, if Florin works in the right hands, I also like that he has Purify, so he can't exactly just be picked off. But it's very difficult, especially with the Diggy. Diggy's cooldown with his pull and all that.
Welcome to Mobile
It's a
Legends.
support hero to have. Also deals damage. So yeah.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches
Yeah,
the battle.
Diggy does scale really well, especially in the mid to late game with the bombs dealing a lot of damage. The time journey as well being a useful ult. Um, it is a very good response to the Terizla, just making sure that the backline, the Ixia doesn't really have a lot of movement or can't really do much when his ult is active. So maybe they took it to protect the Ixia as well. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams play. But Robin, Gigi, and Jay decide to prioritize this side of Bush. I'm sure they're leaning towards getting the lethal, but they do get the first kill on the Florin or on the unsuspecting Florin here, and it's already a bit of an advantage towards them as they get the lethal and a kill as well. Especially since the kill went to a Valentina, but they decide to engage here. But Waylander uses his red tree to secure the blue buff, but Equilibrium do decide to engage as well. A bit of early game aggressiveness from them, also a bit of rotation from the side of MOBA Chad. So it would have been interesting to see what would have happened had Wasted Potential decided to engage rather than disengage.
Definitely, I think they actually might be. They can get the kill on the Ixia here if they commit to it. The Xbox is in a decent position, but it seems that the Ixia noticed that and gonna run away. Xbox isn't there for you.
Yes, he was in a very bad position, but managed to see that he was about to get ganked and got out the way. But Jay here is melted down by Irithel, and decides to disengage. I think they're heading towards the turtle right now, and there's still a decent amount of ults that they do not have. I think the Valentina still is level, or I think she just reached level 4, so she might decide to take the Nether Realm or the penalty zone, or there's a decent amount of ults for the Valentina to pick. But the Diggy still is level 3, so it's interesting to see if Cho will engage onto the back line, but the spatial migration is used here on the Terizla, and it decides to disengage. This will be a free total towards the side of Equilibrium, and Jay here is looking for a bit of a invade, but they had already taken a buff, and we are seeing a bit of a 1v1 and gold lane as Ruby does win that 1v1 versus Tide. I don't think we've seen Tide lose a lot of those 1v1s. So credit to Ruby as well. Yeah, and Waylander does manage to get his blue. I thought he actually didn't get it, but he does actually manage to get the blue, and Valentina does get the last insanity and uses it and forces Darkseid to use that ult commit, but MOBA Chat does re-engage onto the backline, but unfortunately doesn't get the kill, and Tide is very low here, and Jay does get the kill. It is a 2-0 towards the side of Equilibrium as they stretch the advantage to both sides, as both MOBA Chat and Ruby decide to attack the torrents here, and the torrent in the gold lane is rather low. So that is a lot of farm towards the side of Ixia. What do you think about this advantage so far? Is it reminiscent of the last game?
Yeah, I just don't think right now Wasted Potential have the rotation is not horrible. It's just that it came down to draft again. I think the draft wasn't as the best draft, especially when you see a Barat. Work around countering that specific Barat. And I don't think any heroes right now specifically focus on targeting the core of of Equilibrium. You know, it's a Barat centered draft. You know, so many heroes that are focusing on Barat soaks up the damage and they do their thing right after that. So I would have loved a bit more of that, but right now, doesn't look like Wasted Potential have sorted out the rotation, especially in the gold lane. It's not receiving much attention right now, and he is falling so far behind. I mean, in theory, having a hero like Irithel to just walk out of Ixier's ult, but right now it hasn't been working like that. I think the has purified for the sprint.
And we are seeing another round being used by the Valentina here, and the full barrage by Ruby, but it doesn't get anyone. But Waylander is killed off of that skirmish, so it is a jungler and a turtle towards the side of Equilibrium here. So as you've mentioned here, the Ruby is seeming like a very good pick. Noba Chad does manage to get tired here in a 2v1, and he seems to be dominating. I think there's also a 2-level lead on the Cho. So the Cho is not necessarily, the Terizla is not necessarily doing well right now. But he does use the penalty zone. Yes, he does use the penalty zone to escape. And he does live with very small HP. But Waylander here engages and is in a very bad position, but the Florent comes in clutch, and they do manage to get the kill onto Ruby. So yes, they do manage to get the kill onto the Ruby, but it's not a shutdown. So what do you think about that? What do you think about that skirmish just now?
Can you imagine Ixier getting a buff? That'd be very interesting to see. It's getting like a tiny bit of buff in that expect. Yeah, right now, what I'm seeing is Wasted Potential have heroes that they're just simply not working well together. They're not rotating as a team, and they're not ganking as a team, as opposed to what Equilibrium is doing right now. They're moving together. You know, the mid lane and the Roma don't really leave each other's side. They're sticking together like glue. You know, but right now that's not working out for Wasted Potential. They're getting just picked off here. You know, HP lane, nothing special is happening there. No one's really going to win. But all the actions happening in the mid lane, just like now.
Yes, and the Ixia does use full barrage onto Wasted Potential and gets the kill onto Tired. That is now a 0-4 and 0 KDA, and that is not looking good for the Irithel. It does seem as though this will also be a free turtle towards the side of Equilibrium. They've managed the game very well so far. They've prioritized the torrents as they are now engaging on the second torrent as well. So yeah, that's wonderful play from them. And it's seemingly they are trying to, set themselves up for the top lane. But they decide to not go for it. Also the turtle as well. They decide not to take it. I think they're aiming for the Lord instead, just to try to cement their advantage. What do you think about Wasted Potential's chances for a comeback, if you may?
I think Equilibrium needs to make several mistakes for that to happen. But I don't see that happening right now. I mean, they have the Digi for the disengage. Right now, they have the farmers, but I haven't really seen any, amazing plays from the farmers. But yeah, that's the issue right now. They swapped Rose around again, so like I don't know. It's just that they need to focus on working well together as a team. Right now, they're just all separated. It could work. It's that they're not able to do any steps. They have a Terizla, but the Terizla hasn't been able to make a single play yet. So that's just been very difficult to do.
Yes, and the first Lord does go to the side of Equilibrium, and it was an uncontested Lord. So Wasted Potential decides not to contest for it, but instead prepare themselves for a bit of a Lord defense. And Robin is taken very low here. It will be interesting to see if he uses the time, but he doesn't. And he's still very low, so he's not even retreating. So maybe he knows the advantage towards them is that huge. And Tutana's welcome is being used here by Jay, but unfortunately for him, couldn't get the Bomberman. So that is a very useful or very big ult expanded by the side of Equilibrium. They do decide to engage on the Cho as a flicker is used by him, as well as the penalty zone. Another roam is being popped by the Faramis, but it means it counts for nothing as the Ixchia uses the full barrage with the combination of the flicker to get a double kill, um, turning the Tides into a four. I think it was a 4-for-1, if I'm not mistaken, trade. No, it was a 2-for-1 trade with the Lord marching down here onto the bot torrent, and it is taken down. So one inhibitor torrent already taken down. It'll be interesting if Equilibrium decides to disengage and will take whatever they have. In the meantime, Mobachad does take the top torrent, so that's 2 inhibitor torrents taken down with that one load. So it's wonderful management and wonderful game management by the side of Equilibrium that decides to play passive and not be too aggressive, and they do get 2 inhibitor torrents. We're seeing a bit of a skirmish here onto the bot lane. It seems as though Equilibrium are not satisfied with the 2 torrents and they may want to take one more. But the minion wave, or they do not have any minions around, so I do think Wasted Potential will be able to defend. What do you think about the game so far, Void?
It's a good game. Anyway,
Yes.
it's a pretty good game right now. But it looks like it is game over, and we're gonna be seeing after the versus. My next Wasted Potential can source something. Yesterday they were at this exact same point, and they managed to pull a comeback, but don't really exactly have any late game heroes that are super good. Very good engaged from the Sizzler, but unfortunately the all-time farmers is the space their teammates, and it looks like they're all gonna die here. Looks like GG will play some kind of Equilibrium. But we're moving on to the next game. Triple kill coming in from Overchat. Well done.
Well done to Mobichat for the triple kill, and also well done to Equilibrium as they move forward in the tournament. If I'm not mistaken, they will be facing Aquadiz, right?
Yeah, we are gonna take around a 10-minute break for both because Equilibrium will be playing immediately. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break for all everyone to just sort out their stuff and for us to also take a break, and then we'll be back with the last game of the night, which will be the lower bracket finals. Right, Arrow?
Yes. Right.
5 more.
Sometimes you can tell a person is special the first time you meet them.
Yeah, no, 5 to 10 minutes. Just go check. I think 5 minutes. We've already indicated in case Aquadiz is not online. But yeah, 5-minute break for everyone, and then we can do the last game of the night. All right. Alright, sure. Good luck, Ar.
I might not be a
Oh, there will be
man,
no
but I do
no
know
fire
my
bans in this
traits.
game.
Time to drop the beat of
Your
the
team
flash.
is banned.
Ar, you? Alright. Yeah. Welcome back,
Your
everyone.
team is banned.
So today we will have our silly
Your team
lower
is
brackets
banned.
final, which will be between
And not a
Equilibrium
single word
versus
gaze
uh
upon the
Your
versus
team
Aqua
is
Diaz.
cooking.
Aqua Diaz came obviously from the upper brackets. So the winner here will be going straight to the grand finals, and they will be facing Enigma 9. Both of these teams have faced Enigma 9, and both have lost. But they'll certainly have a better time to, prove something wrong and make a good sort of show of display of what they have. Um, yeah. So,
Alright, guys, it's Doof back in it again. So we have Aqua Diaz versus Equilibrium, and as we've seen, Juju is on his Faramas. We have a flex pick here, which is Ruby, which can go into Roam or EXP. They just waiting to see what type of heroes the enemies are gonna have. We do have Nolan picked up by Rika, our very own Equilibrium esports caster. So I'm trying not to be biased, but I am rooting for him. We have Valentina picked up by Super Socks, which is a good thing to have against Feramus and Diggy. I'm guessing it's just like a prio pick, especially against Robin, who does like set heroes like Tigreal and Mino, but they do have the Mino banned. So yeah, Claude being banned out by Equilibrium. I do think that Aquadia should ban out Marksman. Maybe Carry. I think Carry should be banned out. Okay, they opt for the Wan, and now let's see what Equilibrium picks. Oh, you muted right now, hold on. Okay, go for it.
I was saying yes, they do decide to ban the WAN, which is also interesting to see. Maybe Equilibrium. I thought they were gonna go for the carry, but the pack here, is it a type of comfort? Is it a comfort pick for
Make some
Jay?
noise for yours truly.
I'm not exactly sure, but Pack is a decent hero. It is a bit of a no, it's not a flex pick at this point. Well, I think that Aquadia's draft right now is relatively squishy, so Pack is a good option to put a bit of map pressure, especially the damage coming in from his second skill.
Yes, and there is a potential to see a late.
Chivalry is dead, and I will revive it.
We do see the Clint being locked in as well as the Ixia. I'm not sure about this Ixia pick because, okay, well, I mean, it's decent. Even if the pack, I mean, not pack, the Kaja would go in to try and aim the Ixia, we do have the Diggy there to punish him. But I think pretty decent draft so far. Ruby does have that potential, like Rika on the Nolan will have to be a bit more careful.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
So yeah, let's just see what happens.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
we do have the Kaja I think he was just out of position there, getting picked off by the Nolan and the Diggy. I think when it comes to these type of heroes, when you're fighting a Diggy, when you're fighting a Nolan, it's really important that you don't stray too far away from your team, as it does put you out of position and in danger of getting picked off just like that. We do have teams setting up for the turtle. Paquito did almost manage to get the Valentina there, clutched with a flicker, but that's an important resource. And also she is low, so she won't be able to make it in time for the turtle. So I do think Aquadia's best option is to not go for the turtle and just try and get their buffs. It does look like after the turtle, Equilibrium is gonna go for the invade. Good ulti there from Ruby with the flicker. Okay, yeah, I'm back. So now we have a gank coming in from Equilibrium, just responding to a gank from Aquadias. Equilibrium is really in a dangerous spot right now. Kaja is in danger. I think just missing out the kill, but the Ixia does secure the kill on Clint, which puts them in a better position than they were before. Ruby just taking some farm away from Nolan, which we don't see too much of these XP laners doing. Remember guys, it's important, the EXP laners are, you know, more heroes better for surviving, so you can't just try and take away farm from the junglers of the enemy team. We do see a gang setting up here in the top lane, but I do think they're gonna just go for the turtle. Really good ult from the Ruby. I think what's missing in Aquadia's draft is just a bit of CC. None of them have actually CC other than CC herself, which is the ult, but it's not really good enough. I think they should have, I don't know, maybe kept the Diggy pick in the bag. But yeah, I mean, Ixia getting picked off in the top lane. You might see Rika responding to that with a kill on the Clint. I see a bit of skirmish in bot lane. Can it be a kill? No. CC escapes with her life, but won't be able to defend the turret. Very decent rotations coming in from both teams, but I do think, yeah, I think Ixia had a bit of a lag spike there, costed her life, but I think a pause wouldn't have made a difference in that scenario. Nigel, if they're asking for a pause, just let me know so I can pause it.
Something else, don't worry.
Okay. Okay, I think this is one of the most 50-50 games we've seen in this tournament. I mean, the kills are equalized, the gold is pretty much equal, just about 300, 400 gold going onto Equilibrium. I think the difference maker here will be on this turtle. I think. Oh, hold on, you're muted. Hold on. I think there were some mistakes made by Aquadias, which costed them the lead that they did have, but now it's pretty much equal, so you can still go both ways. I think what's important here is that we have the mid lane turret pushed in against Equilibrium, which kind of shifts the favor a little bit towards Aquadias. It just opens the map so much for them. But I think the biggest problem is that Aquadias don't have much in the way of sustain. Like, the only tanky hero they do have is BT, which just gets burst down when faced against the damage of that Paquito. Also makes it really difficult for Diggy to just play, because there's not really much to punish them. But we do see a really good ult coming in by Vidar, Kyle, the Ixia, and that's almost a wipe. That's a 4-0 going to Aquadias. And the Diggy pick was good in the regard that Robin on that Kaja just can't go in anytime he wants. Even if he does flicker in and use his Divine Judgment, he can still get pulled back by the Diggy. So he is struggling a bit right at the moment. But I think the key here will be for Robin to get these important key pickoffs when Aquadias is least expected. Okay, the flicker coming in, but the Divine Judgment not locking in. I think for a lot of Kaja people, a lot of players who don't use Kaja that often, it's important to know how short of a range the ultimate actually is. So you do need to get really up close for the ulti to work. We have the Ixia caught out of position, nobody really near her. Diggy as well, but he might just be able to escape. Nope, gets pulled back by Faramas. And yeah, it's just a bit outnumbered here, but Rika does come back. Gets a trade on that Clint kill.
Yes, and it seems as though through the skirmish, Soxy does manage to survive, and we are seeing a bit of a 2k gold lead towards the side of Aquadias, but it almost counts for nothing, as Equilibrium are keeping them on their toes, despite that almost wipeout. Yes, Rika does engage here on the Robin, but I think he's way too tanky at the moment. He does have a lot of pan items, so it's interesting to see what happens here.
I think what's important here is for Rika on the Nolan to try and get the try and force that what's called Nether Realm and just ensure they can win this. A really good what's it, barrage coming in from Ixia. They should be able to get the kill here on the Kaja. And Paquito just barely escaping. Once again, it is what, a 4-1 in favor of Aquadius. Really good opportunity for Aquadius to just clear Equilibrium side of the jungle, just push down some turrets, just starve Equilibrium a bit in terms of farm. But I do think it's high time for them to stop clearing the waves, just freeze the lane and try and secure that Lord. This is going to be the most important Lord, I think, because it'll make or break the game at this moment. Diggy just being out of position there. Full barrage committed, but I think it was premature. But CC just being a menace in the back line, just doing so much damage. Should be able to get that Clint kill there. And they will be disciplined and back off for that enhanced Lord. So pretty good there. I mean, they had what, like a 2-1, and that was just the Roma. So a pretty good trade in favor of Aquadius. OCC getting caught out of position, the Divine Judgment coming in. Full barrage committed by Ixia as well as the Flicker. So I mean, it should have been waited for that full barrage for when the Lord crashes in. But yeah, I mean, Diggy getting pulled back by the Paramus. Valentina in a pretty sticky situation, just putting that Lord to waste. I'm not even sure they're gonna get that bot lane turret. But as we have a look at the builds here, Rika doing really well, has a 1000 gold lead on that Paquito, just needs one more item to finish his build. We have anti-heal by the Valentina for that Ruby and for the pack, because we do know he has really high amounts of shield. What's interesting is we have a fleeting time on the Kaja. CC getting picked off almost, but pull back from the Ruby onto the Ixia. We see something happening in the back line. Rika gets the Clint kill, just has to make a run for it. Times like this where we see what a good hero that Nolan is, with those amount of dashes, able to go in, do a high amounts of damage and get out. So right now Equilibrium on a bit of disadvantage with, I mean, the goal lead isn't why, it's only about 2,500, but they need to do something about their marksman getting picked off so easily by the Nolan. Does he not have Wind of Nature yet? He does not have Wind of Nature yet, and doesn't look like that's his next item that's going to be built, so that's a bit of a problem. I think what Aquadius needs to realize is they need the Nolan's biggest role is to make sure that he forces the, we see a bit of a gank here against the Clint as well, but CC getting out of position, might get killed off Nope will survive with a speck of HP. But this is a really good position for Aquadius to go ahead and secure the Lord. I do think so there's no divine judgment from the Kaja, and I think it's about a 50-second cooldown because they didn't get any kills or assists from there, so fleeting time won't proc. But the game going as it's going now, we might just see a rematch between Enigma versus Aquadius in the grand finals, which may happen tomorrow.
Yes, Aquadius is making a good case of themselves for that rematch potential. Maybe we'll see a repeat of the M5. You never know. But yes, the Lord is marching down here on the bot lane, and it'll be interesting to see if we see a repeat of the last Lord, or Aquadius will be able to capitalize on this. And it was the I think it's still the Malefic that the Clint is building towards. He should really be getting that wind of nature because Rika is having a time of his life here. 11, 2, and 7 as the KDA. So Aquadius decides not to be aggressive, and Equilibrium uses that chance to clear the Lord. The Divine Judgment is used here as the Time Journey, and the Netherrealm by Aquadius is expanded. Also the full barrage is used as well, but in response, Equilibrium does use that Netherrealm, and this time all the members manage to survive. A lot of the tools of Aquadius have been used here. The Time Journey, the Netherrealm by the side of the Vexana, and we're seeing a bit of an engage here at the top, and the Immortality has been taken away from the Faramis. So that is a very big utility being used by, or rather being taken by Rika here. What do you think about their builds so far? Yes, we are also seeing a bit of an engage here, and Robin, or rather Mobachad, is being taken down, and the double kill goes towards the soil on the XGR here. As they barrel down the mid lane, I do think they'll try to take down at least the mid torrent. That was a wonderful play by the side of Aquadius. I think Mobachad was in a very bad position. The Divine Judgment being used, also the Time Journey in response by the Kami being used here as both teams disengage, and Equilibrium decides to use this opportunity to clear the wave a bit. We have seen here that the Diggy and the Noland have been a big problem for Equilibrium. They haven't really found measures or ways to get around it, especially with the Time Journey, with Diggy having no, I don't think he does have the fleeting time, so he won't. I don't think he has the fleeting time for this Lord fight. So it's interesting to see how Aquadius decides to go with it. But so it does engage onto Mobachad, taking a lot of or dealing a lot of damage. Robin decides to respond with the Divine Judgment, and the full barrage is used by the XGR, gets a double kill, and Mobachad is in a very bad position as Aquadius unload on the team, and I think it's a 3. It's a 3-for-nothing trade towards the side of Aquadius. Also, they take the Luminous Lord as well. So I think this might be GG for Aquadius, because I don't see how Faramis and Kaja will defend this. But the Netherrealm is used here, but Soy gets taken down by the Faramis, and I think they're nailing the torrent as its GG match point to Aquadius. I think they're shaping their way towards that. They're one step towards that final rematch against Enigma. What do you think about that last play, especially towards the side of Equilibrium being very aggressive there?
I
Oh,
think
it says
Equilibrium recognized that it was do or die time. I think their biggest mistake here was locking in that Kaja, because really against the Diggy, I don't think he realized that the Diggy was this tanky. So most of the times when Diggy was getting that Divine Judgment from the Kaja, he used to be able to survive because nobody had enough damage to burst him down, especially with the Clint being so behind on farm. And also when the Kaja is going in and using Divine Judgment on someone else, the Diggy can just use his second skill and pull him back. So definitely, I think they maybe should have used a hero like Matilda or Angela or something like that, because they do have enough sustain. In terms of the Ruby, Pack can go semi-tank as well and just sustain a bit more and still do enough damage.
yes. All those factors contributed towards Aquadiers getting their first win here. We'll see. We'll have to see how Equilibrium responds. Will they decide to make a switch, or will they decide to bring on a sub, or have a different strategy towards that drafting phase? As you mentioned, the Diggy was a big problem for him. Time Journey and the second skill becoming a bit of a nuisance towards the side of them. I'm wondering if they'll ban it this time, or they'll have a counter strategy against it. As you mentioned, the Matilda as well would have been a great pick. But yeah, we are gearing up towards the second game of this series, and it is looking likely that it's going to be it's the second game of this series in a best of 3. And if Aquadiers wins, this has the chance of being the final match. If Aquadiers wins, they will go directly towards the final and have their rematch against Enigma. I think we're gearing up to get ready. Yes, we're sorting out a bit of admin for both teams. But yeah, we should be ready within the next 3 minutes, because all the team players seem to be here. Yeah, I think we're ready for the second match, and yeah, we're about to go in. Comment in the comment section which player impressed you the most in the last match, and what you think Equilibrium could have done to salvage the match. But now we're headed towards the ban stages, and oh wait, Nigel, are you back?
I'm back. Yeah. So we're asking what we put into. I think, remember when I said that the Pharmaceutical and Valentina response? I like that they did it in the last game.
Time to drop the
They also had
beautiful
good response by having the Diggy on their side, so they didn't allow Robin to have anything to make sets with. Yeah. So, I like their drop. It came down to a drop. They focus on the Joy, but now they left the Nolan open, and you saw how good Sapoga was on that nerf on that Nolan. So we'll have to see what kind of draft they go for here. Martis is still open, Gwen is still open, but again, another key thing I won the last game was probably the Sissy. Was doing a pretty good job.
Diggy is my name.
Yes. This time around, Equilibrium will have the first pick, so it'll be interesting to see if they do take away that Nolan away from Rika. As we've seen, he's very destructive and really good at it, as he's able to engage onto the back line and get out as smooth. So it'll be interesting to see if they take it. But we do see a minnow ban here by the side of Aquadiers. And Equilibrium responds by taking the lowland, as Afro mentioned. And Aquadiers respond with the Martis, excuse me. What do you think about this Martis and Nolan picks?
I mean, it's all about the combos. I mean, both of them do slightly fall off in the late game, but I think Martis, if he has killing speed, you would do fine. Nolan's gonna have a lot more cooldown. He can move around a lot more faster. But we seem that Juju actually is opting for the Valentina instead of the Pyramid right now. which is actually the hero I was going to suspect he's going to pick. But it's going to be interesting to see how the Martyrs pairs up with the Matilda. Matilda hasn't had the. I mean, they won. There was that one win with the Circuit when Matilda was played, but so far it hasn't been working out the best for the Matilda.
Yes, it seems that the Matilda Airways has been shut down in this tournament, apart from that aforementioned match. But maybe Chami has a different idea or a different way of implementing it, so we might be in treat for something special. And the Valier being taken here by Sox. Sox takes the Valier. What do you think about this Valier? A very strong hero in the early game, but a very team fight oriented hero. What do you think about this Valier?
I mean, Valier does work with the Valentina, like you're making sure that she doesn't have a pretty useful ult to have, but also does a pretty good job. I mean, sort of against dealing with the Tigers. If the Tigers has to dash inwards, you can just push him away with the Valier there. So maybe if he picks up the Purify instead of the Flicker, he'll be doing great in this game. And sometimes if he has enough items, he can push away also the Nolan. But Nolan needs anti-CC, but the constant burn from the Valier is always a good thing to have on your side. But we saw that both teams, neither of them actually made a sub here, so they're both sticking to the draft. If Aqua Diaz wins this game, they will go on to the finals. And if Equilibrium wins this one, they would have to take us to a game 3. Yes.
Yeah, we might be in treat for a revenge type of series in the final if Aqua Diaz wins here. But they do decide to go with a Hanabi, a very useful hero at avoiding those dives, and especially with the Matilda and the Plot now being taken as well. So, what do you think of this gold lane matchup? What do you think about this gold lane matchup? It's especially with the Claude.
I think I like the Claude's in and out here. Hanabi does do a pretty good job, but just that if she isn't able to get enough farm, she's going to become a problem for her own team. Like, she'll almost become a liability because they have a lot of heroes that can go in and out for that engage. Just a bit difficult position for the Hanabi to be in. But if they can manage to get her a bit farmed in the early game, she will be able to become a menace late game. Just like the Valier doesn't really deal CC. It is CC, but it's like continuous burn. So Hanabi can do well against CC heroes. It's just that the Valier is gonna be a problem. It's only again if the player uses the hero properly. But I like seeing the CC back on that HP lane.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Yes. So is that yeah? Which side do you like more in terms of the composition, the overall composition, or which side are you leaning towards the most?
In terms of meta, Equilibrium has the meta heroes. Yes, they have Valentina, they have Tig, they have Gwen. Except for maybe the Hanabi, the hero. But like draft-wise, I think Equilibrium has a decent draft. But I wouldn't say Aqua Diaz is a terrible draft either. They have a pretty good in and out sort of draft. They have the Martyrs for the very good burst sort of engaged sort of things. But Matilda also to get out of that Tigreal sort of composition. So I would have to see. How it goes. It's all about execution in this lineup. But yeah, that's what I think. Which lineup are you leaning towards?
I would have to say I'm leaning towards Aqua Diaz. I'm leaning towards Aqua Diaz. Even though the Matilda hasn't really been a very good pick in the tournament, but she is a very strong and very good hero to use. The Circling Eagle as well as the second skill are very useful tools in her arsenal that she can use to help teams engage and disengage as well. So, which is something that I think Aqua Diaz will need. But we are seeing a bit of a skirmish here at top lane, but no engages directly as both teams head down to the bot lane, maybe in preparation for a bit of a turtle dance at minute 2. And also, what do you think about here on the bot lane? It seems as though MOBA Chad was losing a bit.
Yeah, he is struggling to deal with that CC. CC's, I mean, in jungle he sucks. I mean, she's a pretty good hero, especially if you know how to use her. So right now, she's not really getting caught up by the Gwen. She's moving in and out. Gwen might have a good chance to kill him there, but unfortunately they aren't. Right now, as it seems, Vincent Aqua he has a bit of control over the map in terms of closer, but they're being forced backwards by. Oh, he got it, Rika.
Yes, Rika does get the total, and both teams decide to disengage instead of um, a post objective team fight, as a fellow YouTuber likes to call it. So they decide to disengage and focus on farming just to get their items. As you've seen here, I think the Noland is building towards the Fury Hammer, or rather building towards the Blade of the Heptices or Hunter Strike. So both of them just prioritizing that in and out type of playing style. Yeah, what do you think about the Tigreal here?
I mean, I like the Tigreal. I think it's a comfort pick, definitely for Rob number one. But unfortunately, right now in the early game, Martin is going to be a problem to deal with here, especially since they're not really any big responses to that. Juju is in a good position here. I mean, not for himself, he's in a terrible position, but a good position for the Rita to get in. But right now they've chosen to recall. He's forced back into the turret. Right now you can see the CC is busy cutting lanes.
Yes. Yeah, it seems as though he's winning that trade in the EXP lane at the moment, as the Gwen is having a very hard time not only rotating, but we are seeing a bit of a skirmish here top lane as Claude and Ruby duke it out, and Ruby looks likely to be the winner, and Claude does escape with almost 1 HP. That was a very interesting skirmish right there, which goes to which I didn't ask you, did I, which marksman you prefer between the two, did I?
I prefer Hanabi when there's a lot of CC. I mean, there is CC here, but Claude has the ability to go. He has Purify, no, he has Vengeance, but he does have the ability to go out of the team fights a bit more easier. In the late game, no one won't be able to burst him as much if they had a Nolan on their side. Yeah. So I mean, I like Claude better as a marksman in general. But right now, it seems like Aqua are gonna get their second turtle, because it doesn't look like Nolan is interested in contesting. He's hiding. But I mean, Tigreal has managed to get someone, but unfortunately he won't be able to get the kill. And the second turtle of the game goes to Aqua Deus.
Yes, the second turtle of the game does go to Aqua Deus with the pinpoint retry by Riga. He's really doing well here on the Martyrs, and it kind of shows his diversity of heroes. You can't really ban or pick one hero and expect him not to play well. So he's a very diverse hero. He's a very good hero as well. And I also like the rotation by Aqua Deus here, as they're leaning towards the bot lane. I think they're trying to engage on MOBA Chad, on MOBA Chad, or even get the torrent. And it seems as though Equilibrium are being zoned out and they won't be able to defend this torrent. So it's a free torrent towards the side of Aqua Deus. But in top lane we're seeing Equilibrium trade off the torrents as well. So, and also the Hanabi does get the kill on Cahill on this Claude. So it is a very good trade for Equilibrium. What do you think about that play from Claude, especially being that low?
I think I saw the vision that Claude was going for. It would have worked out if the if the Hanabi didn't have Aegis, but unfortunately didn't work out there. I see in this game there's a lot of focus on the XP laner for the side of Aqua Deus, but it seems that I think they're focusing this time around on making sure that the Hanabi doesn't get bronze, making sure that she is a bit farmed. They're invading the buffs here. I mean, they have the early game and the mid game here, but as the game progresses, it could work well better on the side of Equilibrium, because it isn't played a bit safer.
Yes, and Juju is in a very bad position and is taken down by the Claude, assisted by the Martyrs with the decimation, and Hanabi also is in a bad position but manages to escape. Aqua Deus really stretching their advantage and disengaging from that to take the turtle. I think this is going to be a free turtle. As Equilibrium have not structured themselves up to, contest this turtle, and it is a free turtle for them. Yeah, what do you think about the rotations, the individual rotations? Because we're seeing there's a lot of 4-man ganks on either side of the lanes. What do you think about Equilibrium's rotation? Sorry,
I feel like so far, they had a bit of trouble in the early game, but I feel like Equilibrium has slowly picked up the pace here. I feel like they're neutralizing Nolan. I mean, Nolan shouldn't play so passive, but not too aggressive. There's a fine balance, but it is 2 levels behind the Martyrs right now. I can see why he's a bit hesitant to go in there. You don't want to end up dying. But right now, not a lot of keys on the map, but you can definitely see the map pressure around the map here. Tigre's going to try to do something. I think he's going to go for a flicker out, but it's bound to steal. But as you can see, the Hanabi damage I was speaking about, they have no trouble. There's the flicker I was talking about. He managed to catch 2 members, but he's pushing them away. Will he be able to get the kill? No, he's going to die because it's overextended. He's going to go charge to the back line. Yeah, Marchus double kill. It might be a triple kill if he overextends, but like Marchus, Maniac? He got shut down. And then Killing Spree coming in for the side of Gwen. So it was a 4-for-1 trade on the side of Aqua Diaz there. I mean, he's sacrificing himself for the team there, so they will be able to get 2 turrets. Nolan is left alone here. It looks like Aqua Diaz are in a very, very good position to be going straight to the finals. But right now, it looks like Equilibrium is in a very, very unfamiliar position right now. They're at the back line. They need to be the ones to be fighting back. In the last 2 games, they just dominated. But right now, it seems that they are actually the ones that actually need to pull something that we haven't seen before. Because if they lose this, they will be out of the tournament.
And it is looking very dire for them at the moment. But as we see 4 members reaching the top lane, I think they were trying to invade, or rather, sorry, they were trying to engage on to Soy on this CC. But a bit of foresight from him. Now we're seeing the conceal being used by Robin. Maybe you treat for outplay, but we are seeing a bit of a skirmish here, and Soy is in a very bad position, but the guiding wave does help him get out, and Equilibrium decides to disengage, but Mobachad goes back in. It is a 1-for-nothing trade as the Claude is taken down here. It'll be interesting to see if Aqua Diaz decides to challenge for this Lord, and I think they will. As the CC goes on to Mobachad and isn't punished for the aggression as the Hanabi, he uses the Higan banner, but he doesn't get anyone. Mobachad goes in but misses the spatial migration. Now it's a 50-50 Lord fight that Jay does actually win. So maybe this is their saving grace towards coming back in the match. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful rotary steal from him. Have you ever done a rotary steal? I don't remember you being that good.
A pause has been called by the side of Equilibrium, so we're gonna pause for 2 minutes. But in terms of rotary battles, I've lost quite a bit of rotary battles. But you know what? Yeah, I mean, so it's up to the player. I think in that skirmish, I thought that it was actually going to go on the side of Aqua Diaz there, because they were in a good position. I think the CC was doing a good job of zoning them away there, but unfortunately the retribution is what it came down to. I think maybe I would have liked them to go a bit more into their team fights to zone the Nolan away. But right now we're going to call for a pause. It looks like one of the players has disconnected from the side of Equilibrium. I think it might be the Tigro, but it was requested by the team captain.
Okay. Yes. Oh, sorry. I thought someone was calling for a continuation of the game, but it was my mistake. But yes, a very good retry from Jay here, and it is unfortunate, but Aqua Diaz did not zone him out enough, especially, considering the position they were in. I think they could have been a lot more aggressive than they were. Playing a bit passive towards them, turning the retry fight into a 50-50, which Jay inevitably won. So, do you think Equilibrium will capitalize on this load?
I think they can, but it's all about whether or not But you see that right now there are two members located on the side on the top lane from the Aqua Diaz. Right now, it actually has been indicated by Equilibrium that they would like to use both of their 2-minute pauses. So we're going to be paused for 4 minutes, unfortunately, but those will be the 2 pauses being used already by the side of Equilibrium. So they're using both of their pauses, which you're allowed to do anyways. So it's usually a 2-minute stand-up ban for you to fix your stuff, but if you request another pause, then they'll just use all of their pauses. So that's fine. Anyways, right now, I think it depends on whether or not right now they don't have a lot of like wave clear. Marches can easily take that down, but there is an opportunity for them to actually start something like make a low good comeback here. But it could become a problem for Nolan, who hasn't gotten any kills actually. He actually hasn't gotten any kills in this game, to do something. But that's only if Marches doesn't start going tank bolt. What do you think?
Yes, wonderful assessment, and I am shocked that they on the Nolan hasn't really gotten any kills, as this counterpart was very effective at targeting the back line. Maybe it is credit towards Aqua Diaz with how they've set up, especially with the Matilda. They've made sure to protect their back lines very well, and haven't really allowed Equilibrium any chances. During these team skirmishes, apart from the last one. So it'll be very interesting to see how this pans out. Also, I want to see whose ult does Valentina actually take. Will he choose? Because there's not really a lot of good ults, apart from maybe the Blazing Duet from Claude. But as a Valentina, you don't want to expose yourself to that degree, and the decimation from Rika, also requiring you to get extremely close, and as one of their main damage dealers, you don't know how that will pan out. So it's interesting overall. So based on this position, who do you have more likely to win this match specifically?
I guess it depends on both teams right now. Hopefully the pause didn't affect any of the teams' gameplay. We have unpaused because both of the teams, not Juju Pagan, rather, Equilibrium has opted to use both of the pauses at the same time. I'm not so sure what the issue is there. But unfortunately, I would have personally waited to clear that before using the pauses. But it looks like everyone is back on the side of Equilibrium, so that's always good news. Right now, the Martyrs has gone for to take down the Lord. Nolan is because looking through the closure, does he know that they're coming? I'm not so sure. Oh, Nolan is catching out.
Yeah, he's in a very bad position, and he's taken down. And as he was isolated, I don't kill for Torrent. Which side of the trade are you leaning towards, a kill or a Torrent?
Sorry?
Saying a kill for Torrent. I don't know about that trade.
I would take the Torrent every day. So they have indicated that it was I think the Roma whose network was off, but we gave him 4 minutes. So, but he's back now. It seems like he's back in action, and that was good. But again, I would take the turret to die. I would die for Torrent any day, unless it's like late. Right now, it can easily come back in time. It's still being used by Robin the One, but unfortunately, you can't do anything with that. But they do manage to take the retribution on that blue buff. So very good engage right now. Just that there's the Valentina take down the CC out. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I already forgot about the CC. I forgot about the CC. It hasn't been as effective this game as it has been in the last few games, but we are seeing a bit of an engage here as the Circling Eagle is used by Chami. Also, the Implosion is used by Robin, as not only the Blazing Duet but the Decimation from the Martyrs is being used as both Soy and Martyrs chase down Mobachad, and Soy does get the kill on Mobachad, while in the meantime Valentina is here on the bot lane, does get the kill onto the Claude, but Soy is chasing him down. It'll be very interesting to see how that go. While in the meantime, the 3 members of Aqua Diaz barrel down on the base Torrent here. Will Jay be able to defend? But no, they decide to play safe, and they decide to play safe and go for the red buff and disengage. What do you think? Could they have ended in that play?
I don't think they could have. I think they're worried about the people coming back on time. They can still actually make a proper push with with the next Lord here. Yeah. So let's just hopefully see that maybe Equilibrium can fix their things. They are right now. What they're lacking is maybe working together. I would like to see the Tigro and the Gwen work well together. I mean, they're taking out. They took out the Stoic, who's actually playing 60. So right now, let's see what they can do.
As Robin is in a very bad position here, but Rika does manage to get the red tree off of that 50-50, but he is in a very bad position and he's taken down by Juju, and it will be a Lord for two members on the side of Aquadiz. This will give Equilibrium the opportunity to not only clear the Lord, but maybe they can make something out of this as Mobachad engages onto the Valier, and the guiding lens is used as he disengages, but Juju uses the flicker onto Socks and does get the kill. Well played by Juju. Yeah, and the Lord is cleared out, and it won't be used here. So what do you think about that last play right there?
I think it was one of those situations when you need to figure out whether you want to rather not give them the Lord, right? I think the new door might have, there was a chance of them dying, but the opportunity to get the Lord was much more enticing there. I mean, they're going to try to do something here, but take it looks like he has his rhythm here. I'm going to just do nice solo here, but he might be caught out of position here. He's being chased by the Masters, but he managed to survive. Tigro has his ult. He's being chased down by the Gwen, but Ukaz also is out there. So no one actually died from that skirmish, but a lot of ult has been used. Flicker hasn't been used by any of the roamers, so yeah. I mean, Tigro hasn't used his flicker.
Yes, and that was a very weird ult from him. I'm thinking maybe he was hoping to catch Rika, but unfortunately he could not do so. Nobody died within that skirmish, and a lot of the battle spells are still active apart from Juju. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Do Aquadiers decide to freeze the lane, forcing Equilibrium to get out more, or do they they decide to push it in? So it's it's interesting to see here, and I have mentioned that Matilda here would be a very good pick. Would be a very good hero here, because with the guiding wave, he can allow for the teammates to disengage and to get out of those tough positions, as made by example with Rika.
Yeah, everyone, can you just let me know if the stream quality is fine? Can you hear everyone? Are there any issues? Just let us know in the comment section. Yeah, we're just trying to see if there are any issues right now. But thank you guys for joining. Don't forget to like the stream and tell me who you guys think is gonna win. It is right now 16 minutes. It's not late game, but it is at that point where everyone's gonna have their full build, and everyone's gearing up for that next Lord fight here. Everyone's in a good position. Everyone's full build. So let's see who can capitalize on making sure that their team wins this game. Both Taros action, I mean, it's not super different in Taros. It is 3-7, but the pressure is certainly being brought on by both teams. Hanabi is dealing an insane amount of damage from the side. Marcus is not in a good position right now, but CC, interestingly enough, won't be available for the team fight. He's chosen to go push down in the bot line. Gwen has died. Several members of Equilibrium have died here. It seems like this is in a tough position. How Hanabi dealing insane amount of damage. Actually, they're leaving the Lord. Would they be trying to stay on the Lord? Actually, it looks like CC is at the back line. He's going to backdoor them. There's no one to protect. It's only the Tigro. Will he be able to end the game? Will it be the last game for Aquadiers here? They're looking to end the game and take the final. I mean, it's basically Robin the one versus the wall. Will he be able to defend here? It looks like it is GG. Unfortunately, the last team fight caught it for them. GG well played to Aquadiers. They have taken the game 2-0. Claude getting the last kill of the game. So it looks like Aquadiers have made it straight to the finals. So it's going to be a rematch. But we did see this is certainly a very, very different Aquadiers team here from the one that played earlier. They were playing a bit more differently. I mean, maybe it might be because they didn't have a 5-ban here. In the last game, they had a 5-ban, but sometimes when you have a 5-ban, you don't really have the ability to choose this hero. So in this instance, having a 3-ban system actually worked for them. Again, was the request of both teams. So GG will play to them. 2-0 to Aquadiers. So right now we have to go figure out whether or not the finals being played. It's at 10:30. So I'm gonna go sort out a bit of admin. We'll communicate to you guys the decision in the next 5 minutes. But there was a request to finish the games tonight. Because unfortunately it doesn't seem like Enigma will be able to play the games tomorrow. So we're just gonna see what to do with that. But in the meantime, Ira can give us the post-game analysis and see what are your thoughts on the game, and do further.
That was a very weird strategy by the side of Equilibrium there at the Lord Dance, not only allowing the CC to push at bot lane to almost the back door, but I think their hyper aggression was based around Rika not having the red tree, so they were trying to force the Lord and take it down as quickly as they could, but unfortunately that plan couldn't work out for them. What are your thoughts, dude?
Okay, so firstly, I'd like to clarify that I did not rig the game. Maybe I did give Seppi a pep talk. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but you know, that's up to your imagination. So basically in this game, I do think that they did manage to put the Valentina in a bad spot. I think maybe Faramus would have been a better option, but what I think that Juju had in mind was they'd pick up the Valentina and maybe see a Faramus on the enemy team. But with Tigreal being picked up so early, the Aquadias opted to go for the Valier, which is a decent, which is I think a good counter against the Tigreal. And what I like is they used the Matilda well in this game. I do think they could have used it better for faster rotations and whatnot, but you know, they can always improve. Hanabi was a good pick, but that's more for like base defense. Not really that good when she's getting, you know, targeted from both sides. Alright, let me pick up my mic a bit. Alright. Yeah, for Guinevere, I'm not sure if Guinevere was a pick here. I mean, you are fighting Amatus, you are fighting Valier, you fighting Claude, which is a bit of a slippery hero. So maybe a Yuzong would have been better. Something to pressure the Amatus a bit more rather than a Tigreal, you know. I think it was more of a draft issue here.
Oh, so you think it was more of a draft issue?
Yeah, it was mainly a draft issue, but there were many mistakes that Equilibrium was making this game. A lot of wasted flickers, Nolan just not being as aggressive as he could be, as shown by Rika, of course, in the previous game, how aggressive he was being, going into the back lines, getting these important kills onto the marksman, baiting out the Netherrealm. We saw a bit of a passive Nolan in this game.
Yes, we did see a bit of a passive Nolan in this game. But what do you think about that final play next to the Lord? What do you think Equilibrium could have done differently to change the tide of the game?
So that's easy. When a fight breaks out at Lord, it's better to leave the Lord, let it reset, and focus on the team fight. There's no point in like, you know, 2 people on the Lord and 3 people fighting a 3v5. It just doesn't make sense. So leave the Lord. When a fight breaks out, leave the Lord, go help your teammates, try and, well, do your best, see if you need to back off, or maybe something happens, you can press on, stuff like that. I saw that, I think maybe 1 or 2 players were still focusing the Lord amidst all that chaos, and that gave Claude an opportunity to go in and just burst them down.
Yes, we did see the Hanabi and Nolan focusing the Lord while the rest of the team was engaging. So I do think that was a mistake on their part. So, but well played towards Aquadias for securing that revenge fixture against Enigma 9, one of the, if not the most dominant team in the whole tournament. So it'll be interesting to see if this revenge play plays out, or will Aquadius get their revenge, or will Enigma 9 secure the tournament with a win?
You know,
In that,
even when we look at the stats here, which I'm showing on screen, Nolan only did 11% of damage. He's actually fighting for Tigreal with damage there.
yes, the tick is on the 8%. So that goes to show how passive he was playing on the Nolan. So he wasn't necessarily involved. He didn't necessarily utilize Nolan's capability in this game.
Yeah, and when you think about it as well, I think the roles of these players were a bit skew. I think maybe they weren't communicating properly. There's nobody really. I think Robin may have been having network issues, which maybe the reason why he was making so many misplays. But like, look, the offlaner, which is, the main role, like, towards later parts of the game, is to be split pushing just to cause pressure on the opposite side of the map, opposite the Lord. He actually has a higher teamfight participation than anybody else, which goes to show that they need him for the team fights rather than, creating pressure on different parts of the map. We have Nolan. Well, it's fine for Nolan to have a low score, but he should have at least 20% damage. Hanabi was fine. Valentina, I mean, it was a given. Couldn't really do much, especially with the ult being not so great against this lineup. But I do think he should have actually used what's Martus ult called?
Decimation.
Decimation. He should have actually prioritized that decimation every single time. So when Gwyn or when Nolan or when Hanabi makes a player low, they can just go for that instant delete and just kind of put pressure. Nobody is going to escape basically with Matilda in that case. We've seen it a few times happening in this game.
Yeah, yeah, but which ults were he opting for? I think he was taking the CC's ult, if I'm not mistaken.
He was taking. He did take Martus a few times, but I saw he was taking Matilda. He was taking CC, and he was taking. I think he did take Valera once or twice, but that may have just been a misclick.
Yeah. Yeah. As you were mentioning about the offlaners, split pushing and giving the opponents a bit of a concern. Mobile Chat here has the highest team participation of Equilibrium, but at the same time has an equal amount of torrent damage. So that is interesting. So he was kind of multitasking here, because not only was he participating in these teams and was a very important player in these team fights, so he was also pushing a lot for the team. So it's a very interesting stat to take notice of. But yeah, that concludes the lower bracket final, if I'm not mistaken. That concludes the lower bracket final.
Hey, actually, I want to ask, who did Equilibrium lose to before to go into the? Oh, they lost against Enigma, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in round 1. So.
Oh yes, yeah, in round 1. I was just trying to do the math to figure out. So both of these teams had lost to Enigma 9 at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
I do hope. I mean, for the next match, I do hope Equidias keep their performance. I think that Enigma 9, I've seen a few of their players watching the stream, so they may be prepared against that. Nolan probably gonna ban that out, gonna ban out the Martyrs maybe. They'll be prepared for what Equidias have to offer, But I mean, we'll just have to see. If Aquadius can keep their same level of performance, it might be a better game than before.
Yes, and also as you've mentioned, Enigma 9 members might have been watching the stream and also taking note of who to, look out for. That Nolan on the side of Rika was is a very powerful hero, and he seems to be very comfortable on that hero. He seems to be very good on that hero as well. But he's a very diverse player. He's a very diverse jungler, so there is a lot of picks that he can go for. And I think this game will certainly sway the next tide towards Enigma 9 because I don't think Aquadius has enough pool or has enough um games to reference Enigma 9 and to see which type of picks they usually go for. So it'll be interesting to see the draft phase of the next game.
Ari,
yeah.
can you hop onto WhatsApp real quick?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
While we're busy waiting, let's see if I can pull up someone's stream.
No challenge too big, no smile too small for us.
You're not missing much, we're just deciding actually when to have these grand finals.
destroyed a turret. Ult is ready. An enemy has been slain. Ult is not ready. Launch attack. Ally slain the turtle.
Alright guys, we've reached an agreement, basically speaking to the squad leaders of both teams, and they are both wanting to play this game on Friday, or this week Friday, which is, let me just check the date here, that's the 26th of January. So yeah, grand finals of the Dawning Elite tournament between Equilibrium and Aquadius will be held on the 26th of January, which is Friday this week. So yeah, I'll see you there. Thank you for watching and see you